Hello, Pam, darling. You're looking wonderful. Mary seems to agree with you, Pam.
Hello, old man. I'm so glad you could make it.
Pam is about somewhere. Hello, darling. Have you heard about Mira?
Hello? Hello?
Is that Kensington 7011?
Yes.
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call from Newton Abbott, please?
What? Oh, just a moment, please. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Oh, that's better. Now, what did you say?
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call, please, from Newton Abbott?
I'll try and get hold of him, but there's a party going on. Hang on a minute.
Oh, Mary, it's lovely to see you. It's been so late.
Hello, Johnny. You must meet my wife. She's somewhere about.
Cocktail? Or would you rather have a sherry?
Excuse me, sir, please.
Oh, we certainly are, but we're looking forward to it very much.
Excuse me, please.
Yes, what is it, Mrs. Anne?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
What now? Who is it?
It's a personal call, sir, from something Abbas.
People will ring up at the most inconvenient moments. John, get Mona another drink. Hello, Lois. Lovely to see you. Pam's about somewhere. Hello?
Is that Mr. James Brent speaking personally?
Yes, James Brent speaking.
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, please. Mr. Brent is waiting. Hello, James.
Who's speaking?
Don't you know? It's Faye.
Who did you say? Sorry, the line's bad and there's a lot of noise going on here.
It's Faye.
What did you say? Who is that?
I told you. I'm Faye. You remember Faye? I'm waiting for you to come and meet me.
Meet you? What do you mean?
I'm waiting at the station at Newton Abbott.
Look here, one of us is mad. What are you talking about, and who are you?
How often have I got to tell you that I'm Faye?
If this is a practical joke, let me tell you that it's a very heartless and silly one.
It isn't a joke, James. I'm here, waiting. You'll have to
Oh,
come.
look, this is absurd. How dare you pretend...
Oh, so that's where you are, darling. Telephoning. For goodness sake, come back. People are pouring in. We want some more cocktails mixed. Why? What is it?
Cruel, silly, practical joke. You'd think people had something better to do.
Oh, what is it? Who was it ringing up?
How should I know? Well, I'm going to try and find out.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected, life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Can you possibly carry on for a few minutes without me, Pam? I'll be along as soon as I can, my sweet.
Yes, of course. You're really upset, aren't you, darling? What did whoever it was say?
Can I help you?
Hello? This is Mr. James Brent speaking. Kensington 7011. You put through a personal call to me on this number just now. Can you tell me where it came from?
I'll bring you back.
Thank you very much. As soon as you can, please. I'm sorry, Pam. It really made me see red.
But who was it?
Well, I'll tell you all about it in a minute. Now, do go now, darling. The party will be getting out of hand.
It's being a great success. That's really the trouble. All right, I'll cope. But do come soon.
Yes. Faye. I wasn't dreaming it. She said Faye. It was her voice, too. Who the devil could have been playing a trick on me like this? Yes?
Mr. James Brett?
Yes?
I have made inquiries. No personal call has been put through to you today.
What? But I...
No personal call has been put through to you today.
But I don't understand. I simply don't understand. I heard her.
Really, James, if you finish telephoning, you might come along. You just stand there looking as though someone had socked you on the head.
Oh, I really am sorry, Pam. I'm with you.
Who was it who rang you up?
Oh, just somebody trying to be funny.
Well, what did he say? Or was it a she?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a she. It was nothing in particular.
Darling, you're not leading a double life, I hope. I shouldn't like that at all.
You're the only woman in my life, Pam. I can assure you of that.
Well, you'll have to say so anyway. But something seems to have shattered your morale.
Well, I just don't like silly jokes.
Well, come on. Back to the scrimmage. Oh, by the way, I asked Evan and Mary in for bridge tomorrow. I haven't seen Mary for ages, and one can't talk at a do like this. Is that all right?
Yes, of course it's all right.
No, I noticed that.
Oh, hello, Evan. Haven't seen you for ages.
Hello, James.
I hear you're coming in for bridge tomorrow. Good show.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Here, find them cases, Joe. Ah, yes, ma'am. What is that?
Please can you tell me where I'll find the telephone?
Sorry, ma'am. Couldn't hear you. What did you say?
The telephone.
Oh, out by the booking office, over the bridge.
It's a trunk call I want.
And the first box.
Thank you.
Hello, Bert. See a ghost?
Ah, it's funny you saying that. That woman who was asking me the way to the telephone boxes. Reckon as I've seen her before somewheres, and seems to me as when I saw her, it was something to do with a death. Can't just call to mind. Newton Abbott! Newton Abbott! Stopping train to Plymouth! Stopping train to Plymouth! This is Newton Abbott! Stopping train to Plymouth!
And I've got the best heart and the trump.
That makes us 2 down. Sorry, James. Your deal, Mary. Cut, please.
Jumping to 4 spades was a bit rash, Pam.
I've had an awful head today. After the party yesterday, I suppose.
It's a jolly good party, Van.
Yes, indeed. Evan and I drank far too much.
Well, one must do something to cheer oneself up nowadays.
1 heart.
3 diamonds.
No bid.
4 clubs. Oh, bother.
Mrs. Lamb will answer it. What did you say? 4 clubs?
Double 4 clubs.
4 diamonds.
Double 4 diamonds.
Yes, Mrs. Lamb, what is it?
It's a personal call for you, sir.
For me? Oh. All right. I'll come.
Darling, you don't think...
It's quite all right. Probably Smith about that transfer.
Oh, I wonder if it's lighting up time.
He got a personal call yesterday, Mary, from somewhere or other, and it upset him dreadfully.
No?
He told me it was someone playing a silly joke on him, but he wouldn't tell me what the joke was. You know, Mary, it really quite worried me.
Have you got an extension?
Yes, in my bed. Do you think...
I would.
I must just run upstairs and powder my nose.
You women...
Hello?
Just a moment, please. Go ahead, you're through.
James, it's me again.
Faye.
Yes, Faye.
Now, look here. What's the meaning of all this? What kind of a game is it?
It's not a game, James.
If you think you're going to get me rattled...
You needn't be so upset. I just want you to come and meet me.
Meet you? Where?
At Newton Abbott, of course. That's where I am now.
Well, that's a likely story. I checked up last night, it may interest you to know, and no call from Newton Abbott had ever been put through.
But I am at Newton Abbott. Wait, I push the door open a little, then you can hear.
Newton Abbott! Newton Abbott! All stations to Plymouth! Stopping train to Plymouth!
You hear?
I don't believe it.
Haven't you even noticed what time it is?
What do you mean?
The time. It's 7:15. Don't you remember?
Shut up!
How rough you are, James, darling. But you do see what I mean, don't you?
I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell do you want, anyway?
I want you to come and meet me here.
Where?
Oh, dear, if I got to open this door again. I told you before, I'm where you left me. And I can't leave there until you come.
This has got to stop, I tell you. It's got to stop. Hello? Hello? Are you there? Damn.
But seriously, Mary, I still feel that kids don't really appreciate expensive toys. Oh, hello, James. Well, you put through a successful deal.
What deal?
Or was it a bit more personal than that, old man?
No, nothing important. Where's Pam?
It's powdering your nose. Oh, there you are, Pam.
Now, where'd we got up to? Oh, yes. 4 diamonds doubled. That's your shot, James.
Oh, no bid.
Are you finding it difficult to keep your mind on the game, dear?
No, of course not. What do you mean?
What's the matter, Pam? Not feeling faint or anything, are you?
It's just my head. I told you I had a bad head.
Look here, I think we'd better stop. It's nearly 7:30, and we've only just started this rubber. Pam's not feeling well, I can see that. Now, come along, Evan.
Oh.
Evan.
All right, don't kick me. Well, so long, you people. See you again after you come back from abroad. When are you off?
Day after tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it, I can tell you. Nowhere like La Belle France for a holiday, no?
Ah, but you shouldn't take the wife.
Don't you believe it? It's going to be our second honeymoon.
Come on, Evan.
I'll see you out.
Well, so long, old man.
Bye, Mary.
Bye, James.
Second honeymoon.
Bye. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry about the head, Pam. Too much gin yesterday evening?
Too much gin covers everything, doesn't it?
Hello? Something the matter? Pam, darling, what have I done to make you look at me like that?
Nothing.
Nonsense, I can see there's something. Have I said something tactless? I'll mix you a small brandy and soda.
James, who is Faye?
Pam. What do you mean, Faye? What do you know about Faye?
I know that she's a woman who rings you up on a personal call and that she wants you to come and meet her somewhere and that she seems to know you rather well.
Oh. So you were listening in just now?
Yes.
Oh, my dear girl, you've got the whole thing wrong. You simply don't understand.
You're only too right I don't.
It isn't the least what you think.
Isn't it?
No, of course it isn't. As a matter of fact, well, Faye was the name of my first wife.
You told me her name was Florence.
Yes, so it was, but I always called her Faye.
So your former wife, who has been dead for over a year, rings you up on the telephone. Most remarkable.
Don't you see it's some wicked, stupid, practical joke, ringing me up and pretending to be a dead woman?
And it happened yesterday, too? And that's why you were so upset?
Naturally. It's a particularly cruel and heartless thing to do.
But how extraordinary. Why should anyone do such a thing?
Oh, there are plenty of batty people in the world, I suppose.
But, James, her voice. Did you recognize her voice? You did, didn't you? That's why you were scared as well as angry. It was Faye's voice.
It sounded like it. But, of course,
Where was it
be.
she wanted you to meet her? Some railway station or other?
Newton Abbot.
But why Newton Abbot? And what has the time, 7:15, got to do with it?
Because... Well, I've never cared to talk about it much. It's too painful. She was killed in an accident there, you see.
At 7:15?
Yes. Oh, you might as well hear all about it. She'd been getting faint, and she used to have these dizzy spells. We were going back to London after a holiday we'd spent on Dartmoor. We were standing on the platform waiting for the train, and I went to get a paper from the bookstall. She must have felt faint and pitched forward onto the line just as the express came in.
Oh, darling, how tragic for you.
Yes. You can see why I never cared to talk about it.
Yes, of course. James, yesterday you were ringing up to find out where that personal call came from. What did they say?
They said no personal call had been put through to me.
Suppose it's true.
What? Suppose what's true?
I've just been reading a book on psychical research. Rarely the most extraordinary things happen. Suppose it really is Faye. Suppose her spirit is there, at that railway station, waiting for you.
Do you think I believe that sort of nonsense?
Nobody would play that sort of a joke. Nobody would. And you recognized her voice. Queer things do happen. People who die violent deaths are earthbound, they say.
Who said she died a violent death?
But she fell under a train, didn't she?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, then...
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't go on talking about it. To forget. That's all I want, to forget. Let's talk about ourselves. Let's think how lovely it'll be to get to the south of France. The mimosa will be in bloom, and the Mediterranean will be... Oh, so wonderfully blue. Why, when we get out of the train...
Why don't we go by air? It's much more fun.
Oh, no, I hate air travel.
Well, trains are so stuffy and take so much longer.
No, we're going by train. Well, I've got the tickets and everything. That's all settled, dear.
James, let's go down to this place. What is it, Newton Abbot? Tomorrow. Before we go away, let's be there in the station at 7:15.
Of all the idiotic suggestions, we'll do nothing of the sort. A lot of silly, superstitious rubbish. It's nothing but a hoax, I tell you. And anyway, we've got other things to do tomorrow, all sorts of things. We've got an appointment with the lawyers, for one thing, our 2 wills to sign.
I leave you everything I've got, and you leave me everything you've got. But I get the best of the bargain. You're really quite a rich man, aren't you, darling?
Yes. Yes, it's annoying my capital's tied up in the way it is, but the money's there, all right. Oh, you know, you may be a rich widow one of these days.
Darling, don't.
Oh, dearest, I was only joking. But you're right. One shouldn't joke about the things that really matter. You and I are going to have long years of happiness together.
Long years of happiness. I'll try and make up to you for all that you must have suffered.
That's my sweet girl.
Milk, letters, papers, bread, laundry. I think that's everything, Mrs. Lamb.
Don't you worry. I'll look after things for you while you're away.
Thank you, Mrs. Lamb. I'm sure you will. Well, it's after 7. You better be getting home.
Wouldn't you like me to stay until Mr. Brent comes back?
No, I shall be all right.
Oh, shall I answer it?
No, I will. Good night, Mrs. Lamb.
Good night, Mum.
Hello? Who is that?
Oh, this is Mr. Enderby of Enderby, Blenkinsop and Lucas. Can I speak to Mrs. James Brent, please?
Mrs. Brent speaking.
Good evening, Mrs. Brent. You're feeling better, I trust?
Better? I'm quite all right.
Capital, capital. I rang up to acknowledge the receipt of your will, duly signed and witnessed. Your husband brought it in this afternoon. It's quite in order.
Oh, thank you.
I understand that you and your husband are going abroad tomorrow.
Yes, we are.
Allow me to wish you a very pleasant trip.
Thank you.
And no more of these dizzy fits.
Dizzy fits? What do you mean?
Your husband seemed quite worried about you, but I trust they're not serious. You were very wise to rest quietly at home today and not come to my office.
But James said that it was you.
Hello? Hello?
Nothing.
I feared we'd been cut off. As I was saying, now, what was I saying?
You were saying that James was worried about my health. That's all nonsense. I'm perfectly well.
These devoted husbands, over-anxious, always over-anxious, but it's a fault on the right side.
Perhaps. Well, thank you, Mr. Enderby, for ringing me up.
Not at all. Not at all. Bon voyage.
Goodbye. Dizzy fits? Dizzy fits? I've never had anything of the kind. It's just on 7:15. I wonder... Hello?
Can Mr. James Brent take a personal call from Newton Abbot?
Oh, he's out.
Can you say when he would be available?
I don't quite know. This is Mrs. James Brent speaking. Perhaps I would do instead.
Just one moment, please.
So far away. It's very difficult. Can you hear me?
This is Pamela Brent. Who are you?
I'm Fay Mortimer. I know who you are. Don't travel with him by train.
What? I couldn't quite hear you.
Don't travel by train with him.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, Pam. What's the matter? You look as white as a sheet.
James, what was your first wife's name?
I told you, Fay.
No, I mean her maiden name.
Garland, why?
It wasn't Mortimer.
Where did you get hold of that name? Who's been telling you things? Come on now, tell me at once.
Oh, you're hurting me.
Tell me where you got hold of that name.
She said it. Through the telephone.
You mean it's happened again?
Yes. She said her name was Fay Mortimer.
I must have a drink. better. You better have one too, Pam.
I don't need one.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, darling, but this sort of thing gets one down. Oh, thank goodness we're going away tomorrow, right out of England.
I'm not going.
What's that?
I'm not going.
Why not? What's happened?
I'm not going abroad. I'm going down to Newton Abbot.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
You can't stop me. If you won't come too, I shall go alone. We've got to find out what all this means.
It's a stupid, cruel, practical...
Don't say that again. It isn't true. Whatever it isn't a joke. I think it's her.
Huh?
Faye. Come back. Or never gone away. Just waiting there, where she died. Waiting for you to come.
Stop it, Pam. Do you want to drive me mad?
You think so, too. Oh, yes, you do. We've got to go there and find out. If you won't come with me, I'll go by myself.
All right. Of course I shall go if you're going. But I don't like it, and I think you're making a great deal of unnecessary fuss about the whole thing.
Robin train to Plymouth on the other side up the stairs.
Paddington.
This platform, 7:15, due in a few minutes.
Is that restaurant car?
Yes, front portion, ma'am.
Torquay.
7:55, number 3 over the bridge.
Oh, thanks.
The next train on number 2 platform is for Exeter and Paddington only. Exeter and Paddington only.
Well, Pam, I hope you're satisfied. This is Newton Abbot Station. See any ghosts about?
Don't take up that sceptical attitude. We've got to be helpful, to be receptive.
Helpful? To whom?
To Faye, of course.
How you can believe this farrago of superstitious nonsense.
Well, I don't believe it exactly. I've just got an open mind. And don't you see, if nothing happens, we'll be free of it. You'll be free of it.
The train standing on platform 3 is the stopping train for Plymouth. All stations to Plymouth.
It's nearly time now. Whereabouts was she standing when it happened?
At the end of the platform.
Let's go there. Just about here?
Yes. Oh, this is pretty ghastly, Pam. It brings it all back so.
I'm sorry, darling. I can see how awful you feel, but I'm sure we're doing the right thing. Now, you were both standing just here.
I wasn't. I got to the bookstore to get a paper.
Yes, I know. But you left Faye here.
Yes. She was quite all right when I left her. But she'd been having these dizzy spells and...
James, why did you tell Mr. Enderby that I'd been having dizzy spells?
I never said you'd been... What on earth do you mean?
Why didn't we both go to his office as we arranged?
Because I thought you had quite enough to do. Or why shouldn't he send a clerk along with the papers?
But the excuse you gave him was that I had fits of giddiness.
Oh, nonsense. Of course not. I can't imagine where he got hold of that idea.
According to him, he got it from you.
What do you mean, according to him? You never saw the old boy.
He rang me up last night.
What?
It would be easy to fall over on the line here. If one did feel dizzy. Or if someone pushed you.
Exeter and Paddington train is coming in.
So you did come, James.
Faye!
Yes, it's Faye. I've been waiting here for you ever since you pushed me under the train that day.
I never meant to. It was an accident. Just an accident. I didn't mean to push you. Keep away from me! Keep away from me!
All right. Coming round now. Take it easy, Mrs. Brent. There. Like that.
Where?
You're in the station master's office, Mrs. Brent. I'm Inspector Narracott. Now, just drink this. There. That's right.
James. Was he...
He was killed instantly. This has been a great shock to you, I know, Mrs. Brent. But in a way, you've been lucky.
You were going away with him on a journey abroad, so I've heard. And maybe you wouldn't have come back.
Not come back?
There have been 3 accidents that we know of. One in Northumberland, one in Wales, and one here last year. In each case, the husband had mentioned previously to someone that his wife was subject to dizzy spells. And in each case, when the accident happened, the husband claimed he had gone to a bookstall to buy a paper. The names were different, but it was the same man. But there was no actual evidence, so this lady here volunteered to help us.
You. It was you who spoke to him on the platform. But you can't be Fay.
Fay was my daughter. Our voices were always exactly alike, and we looked sufficiently like each other for me to pass as her. James Mortimer had never met me.
You trapped him.
He murdered my daughter. I always knew it, but I had to break him down. The first time I rang him up, I was in London, but I pretended it was a personal call from Newton Abbot. The second time, I really did speak from Newton Abbot. The third time I rang up, he was out.
And you spoke to me instead?
Spoke to you? No, I never spoke to you.
But you did. You warned me.
You're wrong. I just rang off.
But someone spoke to me. Someone told me not to go on a journey with him. Someone with a voice just like yours. Someone? But who?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense. Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
How about another hand to rummy, Leo? It'll pass the time.
Time? You don't think I've got much time left, do you, Warder? You think that in a few hours' time I'm going to take that last walk? Isn't that right?
Well, now, Leo...
But you're all wrong. No, you're not going to hang Leo Gorman in the morning.
Look, why don't you stop fooling yourself, Leo? I'm sure it'd help if you just resigned yourself to the situation.
They're not going to hang me. My brother will get me out of this.
Leo, you killed a policeman. There's no power on earth that'll save you from the gallows. Now let me call the priest and you'll find...
No! George won't let him hang me. He'll find a way. Clever fellow, George. He's got all the brains of the family. George will get me out of here. What's the time?
2 minutes past 10.
9 hours to go, eh? Well, that's plenty of time. George will think of something, you'll see.
What about that game of cards?
Okay. Deal them up. For Pete's sake, stop messing round with the hammer of that gun. Click, clack, all the time. Drive anyone crazy.
A bit on edge, Will.
Oh, this is the craziest scheme you ever cooked up, George. It'll never work, never in a million years.
Now, listen to me, Will.
They got my kid brother locked in a cell. In less than 9 hours' time, they're going to take him away to be hanged. At least that's what they think they're going to do. But I'm going to get Leo out of that place. And believe me, they're going to be glad to let him go. See any sign of that truck yet?
No, the road's still clear. Yeah, maybe they're not coming. Maybe you made a mistake about the delivery day. Well, why would they want to deliver the stuff in the middle of the night?
They work 24 hours a day at the atomic plant, that's why.
Yeah? Well, I don't like messing around with that stuff anyway.
It's in a special canister. It's perfectly harmless. Unless you take it out of the lead container.
Oh, you're not going to get away with it, George. I've got a feeling that this whole scheme's going to blow up in our faces.
It's got to work. They're not going to hang my kid brother, Will. I've always looked after him ever since the old folks died.
Yes, I know.
I've always taken care of him, always. He's dependent on me now. Will, I'll tell you why this scheme of mine's going to work. I'll tell you why. Because we're dealing with fear, Will. Fear. Got a nice ring to it, that word, hasn't it? Put the fear of death into people and you've got them at your mercy. You can barter with them, no more than that. You can demand. And I'm going to demand Leo's life from them.
Sometimes I think you're crazy, both of you. You and that brother.
Look, headlights. It's the truck. Okay. Now drive this jalopy across the road.
George, it's not too late to back up.
Drive this car across the road, Will.
Okay.
All right, let's get out and take up our positions. Now, there won't be too much risk. Truck's never very well guarded. They never take into account that anyone would want to steal radioactive material. Here they come.
Hey, anyone there? Get that car off the road.
Look, driver, I'm in a spot of trouble here. Went into a skid across the road and now the engine's stalled. I can't get it moving again.
Well, I can't leave this truck. Maybe I can work my way around you. Anyway, I'll try to get help for you from Bixton.
You put your hand on that gear lever, driver. It's the last thing you'll ever do.
I had it snowed up. What?
Hold it, Harry. I got you well and truly covered.
You're not going to get away with this. Do you know what we're carrying?
Sure I do. You're carrying some radioactive material from the atomic pile to the research center, and I want that stuff.
But it's no use to you. You can't sell it.
Can't I? Might interest you to know I'm going to use it to buy a man's life.
Oh, come on, hurry it up, George.
Come on, now, get out of there. Open the back of this truck.
Don't do it, Len.
If he doesn't, he's going to end up very dead.
Then look at that. Len.
Now, shut him up, Will.
Sorry to have to do this, mate. Why, you rotten...
George, you didn't have to shoot him.
Couldn't help it. He grabbed my gun. No time to worry about that now, Will. Let's get that stuff.
Come on now.
All right. All right, now, shine that torch in here. Yes, there it is, that container. Now, grab it and take it over to the car.
You didn't have to shoot him.
Get that container over to the car!
No, Inspector, it's no use my going to bed. I never sleep on the eve of an execution.
Well, Governor, this is one time you need feel no sympathy for the condemned man. He's a vicious killer. If anyone deserves to die, he does.
You feel very strongly about this, don't you, Inspector?
He shot down a policeman in cold blood.
Not only a policeman, but a personal friend of yours.
Sergeant Denton and I. joined the force on the same day. He was a good officer. Fine officer. Better than most.
Well, you've avenged him. You tracked down his killer, and in less than 9 hours, Leo Gorman will pay the supreme penalty. Your job's finished, Inspector. Why don't you go home?
I'll go home, sir. And the clock has finished striking the hour of 7 tomorrow morning.
As you wish. Excuse me a moment. There's always a lot of things to attend to this time. Hello, this is Governor speaking.
Governor, this is George Gorman here.
Pick up that extension, Inspector. Right. Leo's brother's on the line. Yes, Gorman, I'm listening.
Yeah, well, don't miss a single word of what I'm going to say. Leo's not going to hang you here.
There's nothing that can stop the execution, Gorman.
Oh, yes, there is, Governor. Just a little while ago, I hijacked a truck on the Bexton Road. It was a very special sort of truck. You see, it was carrying some radioactive material to the research station.
Gorman.
Now, I got that stuff now, Governor. Unless you release Leo before 7, I'm going to take it out of the lead container, and I'm going to dump the stuff somewhere where they'll never suspect it's hidden. And all the people passing are going to be subject to radioactive rays. Do I make myself clear?
Gorman, listen.
Now, you listen. I'm going to hide it in some public place. A place where 1,000 people a day pass close by. And every one of those people will get a dose of the rays. And it'll take months to find out where it is. Now, you better think it over, Governor. I'll ring you back in a little while.
Gorman. Gorman. You got it all, Inspector?
Yep, every word.
What do we do?
Hopeless to try and trace the call. Public phone box. The first thing to do is to check whether or not Gorman's bluffing.
I don't think he is. It's just the sort of audacious trick he'd pull. The brothers are very close.
Leo's going to die, Governor. Leo's got to die. Now, you'll better keep this line to you open. In the meantime, I've got some phone calls to make.
And that, gentlemen, very briefly, is how the Geiger counter works. The amount of radioactivity in the immediate vicinity is recorded on this dial, and there is that distinctive crackling sound.
Professor, can you tell us something about the material stolen? Just a brief outline. We have to hurry.
Certainly, Inspector. The report states that the substance stolen was cobalt-60. The active ray is extremely dangerous to human tissue. Primarily, they consist of gamma and betas. Gammas affect the deeper human organs. They penetrate deeply into and through the skin tissue. The beta rays concentrate mostly on the surface tissues, and it must be noted that they affect the eyes, causing blindness after a lapse of time. However, the cobalt-60 would have been dispatched in a lead container. This is a sketch of just such a container. The lead forms a barrier against the rays, and as long as it stays there, it is relatively harmless.
Does that mean there'll be no reaction from a Geiger counter?
In theory, that's so. But actually, you will get a fairly definite reading. I must stress the necessity for extreme caution, gentlemen. This is a dangerous substance you're dealing with. If Gorman does take the cobalt-60 from its container and hides it in a public place, then it will be a long time before it can be detected, unless the entire city is combed by Geiger counters.
And in the meantime, many innocent people will be contaminated by the rays.
I'm afraid so, Inspector.
Thank you, Professor Riddell. Now, I'm going to give this operation priority over everything else. The commissioner's given me a completely free hand. The driver of the truck died before he could get into the hospital. The guard's still unconscious, but as soon as he comes to, he'll possibly be able to give us a description of the car Gorman used. In the meantime, there is one angle we can explore. Soon Gorman will ring the governor again. Now then, he's bound to use a public telephone booth. And the post office authorities have furnished me with details of every public telephone box in the city. Inspector Muir, would you arrange to have every box under close surveillance? have every man issued with a description of George Gorman, and anyone remotely answering that description who makes a call from a public phone booth should be apprehended.
I'll get my men straight onto it, Inspector.
Good. The flying squad detail is to stand by here, ready for immediate action.
My men are waiting, Inspector.
Post office technicians are ready to monitor any calls to the governor. They'll tell us immediately where the call is being made from. Get the flying squad there at the double.
Use your phone?
Go ahead and help yourself.
Thanks. Come on, Will.
I don't see why you couldn't have used a public box. I think we should keep out of sight.
Now, the trouble with you, Will, is that you don't use the brains you were born with.
Yes, I know.
The police will have thought that we were going to use a public booth. And I'll guarantee they've got men stationed at every single one. They can't cover every cafe that happens to have a phone box, can they? You got through it?
Yeah.
Governor, it's Gorman here. I'm not a fool, Governor, and I know that you've got the line tapped, so I want your answer quickly, you understand? What's going to happen to Leo, huh? What are you going to do, Governor? Now, lay it up. I want to get out of here before the police trace this call.
Talking, Governor.
Now, listen to me, Gorman. I cannot make decisions of this nature in such a short time.
I'm going to give you just 30 seconds, Governor. Then I'm going to hang up and get out of here.
30 seconds, Inspector.
No good. Not enough time.
Come on, Governor. What's the answer?
Gorman.
Keep him talking.
Gorman, for a stay of execution, I have to contact the Home Secretary.
I want Leo released. Otherwise, a lot of innocent people are going to get hurt. Now, what's your answer, Governor?
Can't you ring me back later?
5, 4, 3...
Gorman, listen.
2, 1. All right, that's it. Governor, your conscience is going to trouble you for the rest of your life.
Gorman! Gorman! He rang off, Inspector.
Did you trace that call?
Just a minute, Inspector.
I haven't got time to spare.
Brabant's Roadside Cafe, Templeton Road, Harley.
A cafe? He didn't use a phone booth. Ring that address straight through to the flying squad. Have them cordon off the district.
Right away, Inspector.
I'll never get there in time. Gorman would have left that place smart. He'll be miles away by the time Favisham's men get there.
Flying squad's on its way, Inspector.
Good.
He might ring again.
No. No, he wouldn't risk it. The only way we'd call him off now would be to release Leo, make it known that we've done it. By George, we're not going to do that.
He's going to put the cobalt in some public place, take it from its container, and... Inspector, he'll expose himself to the radiation. It'll be as though he commits suicide.
He's a dead man already, Governor. Because I'm not going to rest until I have George Gorman in a condemned cell.
Governor here.
The inspector there, sir.
Oh, it's for you, Inspector.
Hello?
Inspector, this is Grayson here at the hospital. The guard just came to.
What did you get from him?
There were 2 men involved, sir. From the description, it sounds as though the other fellow was Willis. He works in with Gorman sometimes.
Yeah. Anything else?
A dark green sedan parked across the street formed a barrier.
What's his number?
Well, he wasn't able to get it, Inspector. He said it was a fairly new sedan, though, maybe 2 or 3 years old.
It would be.
I'll stand by in case anything else comes through, sir.
Yes, all right. Hello? This is the governor's office. Inspector Burton speaking. Put me through to Muir, will you? Hurry. Hello, Muir. Dark green sedan, no number, 2 or 3 years old. Better stop every car in the city that answers that description. Yes, every one. Detail off the men with the Geiger counters for it.
Is it any good, Inspector? Is there any chance of... catching him before he dumps that cobalt?
Yes, there's a chance, sir. There's a chance. Though with every moment that passes, it grows less and less.
We've got to ditch this car, Will. This is as good a place as any, right close to where I wanted to be, too. Now, come on. Let's get that container out.
Oh, we're not going to lug that thing round now, are we, George? It's lead. It weighs a ton, and in any case...
Come on. Let's get it out.
Oh, now, look, you're not going through with it now, are you? I mean, well, you were only bluffing, weren't you, George?
Not on your sweet life, I wasn't. They and Leo and a lot of other people died too, Will.
Oh, you're crackers. You won't gain a darn thing.
You remember what I told you about fear, Will? It's a terrific power. You make thousands of people tremble. You send a whole city into panic.
George, I'm tied in with one murder already. But I'm not going to have anything to do with wholesale slaughter. Let's ditch the car and the container and light out.
Well, you make one false move and I'll kill you. You understand that, Will? I'll shoot you down where you stand. Now, let's get that container out of the back. Now, come on, Will.
Yeah, we'll not be able to carry that thing far.
Far enough. Now, come on.
Yeah, come in. What is it, Sergeant?
One of Inspector Muir's men reports finding an abandoned green sedan, sir. They went over it with the Geiger counter, and there was a very definite register.
This is it. Get me a map of the city. Over there. Hurry.
This one, sir?
Yeah, that's it. Now, whereabouts did they find the car?
Steerforth Street, sir. Just about there.
Fairly suburb, eh?
News, Inspector?
All right, Sergeant. Have all units standing by.
Very good, sir.
Fairly suburb.
News, Inspector?
Yes, they found the car. Steerforth Street, Fairly.
That means they've only ditched their car, surely.
Yes, Governor. And until such time as we receive a stolen car signal, they'll be on foot. They're carrying a lead container. It'll be darn heavy. I doubt they want to lug it very far.
So?
It's my guess that Gorman's going to hide the cobalt very close to Steerforth Street. He's probably carrying it to the place he's chosen right at this very moment.
Then the thing to do is to find a fairly public place in Fairlea, a logical place for him to hide the cobalt. There must be hundreds of places like that. Fairlea's a pretty big suburb.
Yeah, let's have a look at the map. Well, then it'll have to be somewhere that's deserted right now.
That rules out the railway station.
And phone booths. He knows we're watching them, evidently. Let's be clear of them.
The public library's out, so the other public buildings are all locked up.
I suppose he could be thinking about forcing his way into... Wait a minute. What's this? Fairlea Sports Ground.
Well, he can't get inside there. The turnstiles will be locked.
The turnstiles? You could slip a capsule of cobalt somewhere around a turnstile easy enough.
And hundreds of people pass through a turnstile. Yes, that'll be it.
Get me Muir.
Hurry.
Hello, Muir. Now listen carefully and act on this immediately. Call all units, have them converge on Fairlea Sports Ground. Now, this is something of a long shot, but it's a logical one. No sirens to be used. We don't want them to fly the coop if they're there. It's our guess that they'll be at one of the turnstiles. Yeah, turnstiles. Now, one other thing, Muir. Who's the best pistol shot in the force? Who? Oh, Constable Duncan. Yes, okay. Get in there together with a large caliber target pistol. It's all right. Now, get moving. I'll follow on in my own car.
Best pistol shot? Target pistol?
Yes, I've got a feeling you're going to have to use Constable Duncan's skill before the night's out, Governor. I'll keep in touch.
6 o'clock. I hope he gets them in time.
Sergeant. Well?
You're right, sir. They're here. Over there by that turnstile. We've got them covered.
Well, why don't you grab them?
You'll see in a moment, sir.
As soon as I get about the trucks, Gorman, it'll be easier on you just to land out.
You make any sort of move and I'll take the lid off this container. And you'll all get the radiation. He'll do it, too!
You see, Inspector? We make one move and he takes the lid off that container. And the radiation contaminates us all.
He's bluffing.
Oh, I don't think so, sir. He's a 3-time loser. With a murder count hanging over him. If he doesn't die here, he'll die on the gallows.
Yes, but surely if we rush him now...
Look at the faces of our men, sir. They're taking it by and large. They're a pretty rugged bunch. But that's cold fear on their faces, Inspector. See, they're dealing with something beyond their ken.
Where's Constable Duncan?
Here, sir.
Inspector Muir gave you that target pistol?
I have it here, sir. A 32 caliber long barrel job.
Do you think you could hit Gorman from here?
Yes, sir.
I don't want him killed, Constable. I want him away from that container. Perhaps if you could hit his arm or shoulder.
I understand, sir. I'll try.
Hand me that speaker. Gorman, listen to me. You don't have a chance. It's best that you surrender now.
No, you have a chance. Don't you know that? Only if I lift the lid of this container. You have my brother released and let me go free and I shan't open it. Understand?
All right, Duncan. I warned him. I can do no more. But whatever you do, don't miss. There's more at stake than a medallion this time.
What's the time, Warder?
Won't be long now, Leo.
You're kidding. There isn't going to be an execution. George will get me out of this. You can't give a bloke like George down. Got all his buttons on, old George.
Want a cigarette?
So what if I do? So. Nice brand.
Anything else you want, Leo?
What's the time? We should hear something soon.
Leo, you might as well face it, son. There'll be no reprieve.
So you know George will give me a...
It's 7 o'clock, Leo.
No, he can't be. George will give me out of this.
It's 7 o'clock, Leo. Time to go. I'm afraid George didn't make it.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Didn't see the brightness because he was back aft alone. He sat quietly relaxed. He wasn't bored. It was just that he had no interest. After 14 years in the mapping command, even the strangest of the new worlds was routine to him. And what little imagination he had was
beginning to centre upon a small farm he'd seen on the southern plains of Vega 5. The brightness that Wisher didn't see grew with the passing moments. A pale young man named Grenville, who was Wisher's crewman, watched it for a long while, absently. When the gleam took on brilliance and a blue-white dazzling blaze, Grenville was startled. He stared at the screen for a long moment, then carefully checked the distance. Still a few light minutes away, the planet was already uncommonly bright. The blueness and the brightness flowed in together. It was the most beautiful thing Grenville had ever seen.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected, life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Grenville watched the planet grow. Slowly the moons came out. 4 winked on and ringed the bright world like
pearls in a great necklace that glares incredible. Sam, come down here, quickly. I know what that blue is. I know what it is. Shining. It's all shining. Everything's blue and shining. Sam, will you come down, man? Hurry. Look at the screen. Clouds. Look at the clouds. Sam, look. Isn't it beautiful? See. Whew. Well, I'll be. It's blue. The entire world's blue. Ice caps. Clouds are white. But the rest's entirely blue. It's all water. A world of water. How's that for a freak, huh? 1 in a million, right? I bet you never saw anything like that.
Hang on, I'll make a check.
There's no land. A world of water. I suppose it was bound to happen sooner or later. But nobody else in Mapping Command. No one's found a world of water till now.
I'm circling. We'll move into the dark side of the planet in 12 seconds. Watch carefully.
Bound to happen, though, wasn't it? Considering Earth, which is a land area covering only 1/4, and when you consider the odds, chances are that there are quite a number of planets with scarcely any land area at all.
Let's go down.
Down? Down where?
Down low. I want to see what's living in that ocean. Stratosphere. Below cloud region. Leveling off completed. 1,000 feet. Screen at full magnification.
And you're the man who always follows the regulations without question.
I do, normally. Without the regs, Mapping Command, death trap. Nowhere in space is the need for rules as great as out here on the frontier. We owe our lives to the regs.
Then I wonder how they'd feel about us probing the water of an all-water planet from 1,000 feet up.
Well, inevitably, there are some things the regs can't foresee. All planets are new, but this one's newer than all the rest. Extra different. All water. Nothing. Nothing at all. No fish. No seaweed. 800 feet, that's as near as we're going.
Evolution's been confined underwater, then? Completely underwater?
If there is evolution.
Look! Sam, see! An island.
Yes, I see it.
They didn't see the second island. Radar picked it up for them. They patrolled the dark side of the planet, but found no more islands.
This planet's my assignment. They might even name it after me. There are a load of planets named after men in mapping command. When the tourists come, they'll be coming to Grenville's planet, one of the most spectacular wonders of the universe.
We'll land. Peculiar? What is? I don't know. Doesn't feel right.
There was nothing on the islands that could hurt them. They were quite sure of that. The check had revealed the presence of a great number of small, four-footed animals, but only one type was larger than a dog, and that one was slow and noisy. Both men were standing close in by the ship. It was a rule. You never left the ship area until you were sure. The regulations said so.
Have to be careful about snakes. How's the air check? I'm just reading the meters. It's good. Okay, let's breathe this world.
It's good. It is good. Queer sand. Red. Red and warm.
You can't call the vegetation jungle. Everything's too stiff. Unreal, sort of. Nothing over 10 feet. Everything's sort of...
regular. Yes, I noticed.
And so they explored. Wisher began to feel more confident. They had their rifles. They had the ship and the alarm system. There was nothing that could harm them. The day passed. Just before twilight, 2 of the moons came out.
Moons.
What?
I was just thinking...
What about the moons?
I wasn't thinking about them exactly. I was thinking about the tide. 4 good-sized moons in conjunction could raise one heck of a tide.
So?
That's probably where the land went.
Oh, let the technicians worry about all that.
No, it's just that these islands have no right to be here at all. 4 moons. They could produce tides that would wash continents away. Or maybe the tides are far apart, centuries apart. Huh? Evolution. 1 billion years underneath the sea, with no land to take the first developing mammals. I wonder what's going on this minute underneath all that water.
When they went into the ship for the night, Wisher didn't need the regulations to tell him to seal the airlock and set the alarm screens. But it was only an animal. One of the large ones. A weird, bristling thing with a lean, powerful body. By the time morning came, Wisher, who'd been frightened half to death, was in favor of leaving for the one remaining star they would map before returning to base. Grenville was secretly keen to return as well, but for different reasons. Grenville had decided that Grenville was now a famous man.
That island, over there, that's North Grenville. This one, South Grenville.
Don't go near the water.
All right, Mummy.
I'll work the edge of the vegetation. Funny. No bird.
Leave the rifle, take the pistol, easier.
Okay.
No shellfish. The beach is a bare, dead plot of ground. There's danger here. I know it, but I can't explain it. Sea, noiseless. No tide, no waves, nothing. It's because there's nothing, just stillness everywhere, that I know there's danger. The seas of every world I've ever been to have been choked with life. From Earth on, out to Deneb. Anyway, I'll take a specimen of the water. It took a lot of courage for Wisher to approach those waves. He took a quick water sample and hurried back to the ship. The water was earth water, so far as his instruments could tell. There was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing much living in it either. Then Grenville came back with his specimen sack.
No shellfish. Why?
Well, maybe they just don't like it here.
The computers finished constructing the orbits of those moons.
So?
So, the moons conjunct every 112 years. They rise at tide of 600 feet.
Well, I don't see what...
The tide is at least 400 feet higher than either of the islands.
Oh.
Where in the name of... Grenville, where did the animals come from?
They should be drowned.
Right. And would be. Unless they're amphibian, they're not. Or unless a new batch evolves every 100 years.
It doesn't make sense.
The sand, it seems artificial. Why is the island here at all?
And then the idea popped unbidden into his brain, and he slowly turned and looked at Grenville, who was staring moodily out to sea.
That's it. That has to be the reason. The whole island is artificial. It's restored. Put here by whoever lives under the sea.
Well?
We can't leave yet. We haven't any proof. Besides, there hasn't been any manifestation of danger.
We've got enough proof for me.
It's easy to understand, isn't it? Evolution kept on going, changing, like it's done everywhere else in the universe. Only here, where the mammals began coming up onto the land, they had no room to expand. They were being washed away all the time, every 100 years, as the continents were worn down below sea level. But evolution never stopped. It continued underneath the sea. Eventually came up with an intelligent race. Heaven knows what they are or how far they've progressed. They must be pretty highly evolved. They couldn't have done something like this.
There's no way of telling. The Egyptians built the pyramids. Tougher job than this. You can't tell from the islands how far advanced they are. Zoo?
What?
Zoo. Things under the sea. Perhaps this is...
No, if they wanted a zoo, they'd built one under the sea, surely. Where they are, where they live, not out here. They'd have their zoo out underneath the water, where they could travel with ease, with animals in airtight compartments or something.
If there is anything living under the sea.
Gren, there's got to be. Otherwise, how do you explain this? The island, the other one, too.
I don't know. And another thing. If there is something, why hasn't it come here? Why haven't it come to see us? They must have noticed our ship. They
wouldn't be just like fish, would they? These things, they need hands, tentacles. Will you get the animal specimens?
No, just plants and a small lizard thing.
Well, we'll have to get one of those things that set off the alarm last night. But to heck with the rest. We'll let HQ worry about that. I'll pack up, make ready. You go and get that thing.
What?
I said go and get that animal thing.
Then we leave, huh?
Yes.
Do you think we need one of those things that...
Set the alarm off last night. Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't like to have a shot at getting one and let me pack up?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, then.
I think I'll just have a... I think I'll just smoke a cigarette before I leave. Won't have much time if I'm to get one of those things. Just 5 minutes and then I'll... You?
No, thanks.
Oh. Queer.
Huh?
The whole place. It's queer. It's the queerest world I've ever been on. You know, usually there's all sorts of things. You know, different, of course, because every world's different, but somehow identifiable. You know, you can relate the things you find, discover, with other things, on Earth or Deneb or Halestra or... You know. But here... There's hardly any insects. You noticed that. And all that still sea out there. On Earth, any place on the whole planet, there'd be seabirds flying about, calling, little crabs scuffling about the sand, seaweed, everything you can think of. But here... It's like a kid's toy. A model.
Grenville, of course, was talking for the sake of talking. He didn't want to go and hunt the animal. He wasn't afraid of the animal, of course. He'd hunt a larger, more dangerous specimens to take back to Earth for the scientists.
I mean, intuition. Sometimes, surely, intuition's enough. If a man feels there's danger, feels something somewhere's not good, then it'd be stupid to wait till he gets his head knocked off to prove it. See what I mean?
No.
I was afraid you wouldn't.
Oh, I see what you mean, of course, but what'd you do?
A cigarette. I burnt my... Enjoyed that.
Okay, go and get one of those things. Okay, then we'll scoot.
Yes, okay. Right, see you.
And Grenville turned and struck off automatically down the beach. He never came back. At the end of the third hour, Wisher went to the arms locker and pulled out a heavy rifle. Then he went outside the ship again and waited.
If Grenville comes back before me, it'll be all right. Because the alarm's set to deactivate when it registers the sound pattern of either of our voices. If he comes back and doesn't see me, he'll know the alarm's on. If no one comes back, the ship will blow by itself.
The beach was wide and curved. Grenville's deep footprints were easy to follow. From out of nowhere, it seemed, a wind sprung up. Wisher welcomed it like a friend. Something at last was happening on Grenville's planet.
This is the end of it. When I get out of this, I'll go home. With Grenville or without him.
The heel prints turned abruptly into an alien forest. Wisher walked some distance farther on to a relatively clear space. He turned, stepping carefully. He started to circle the spot where Grenville had gone in. The wood around him was soggy, sterile.
the ship. Ship can take care of itself. Me, another 5 minutes and then... Grenville, my lad, I'm sorry. Very sorry.
Even as Wisher fell, he knew what it was. Animal trap. He knew with a blast of glacial fear he knew. He reached for his rifle and felt the metal bite into his legs anew. But the rifle was beyond him. Out of his belt he dragged his pistol, and in a sea of pain, held upright by the trap, he waited. Nothing came. Why? Why? This had happened to Grenville, too. Why?
Why?
Strangely, he was not afraid. He had broken the regulations, and this had happened, and he had expected it. He waited, but nothing came. Why?
Why?
He looked down into the hole, and he saw the hot redness of his own blood. And as he watched it bubble, he realized that he was dying.
Why doesn't something come? I can at least see what they are. Do I shoot it? If it comes, do I shoot it? Why doesn't something come?
Why?
Why?
He had very little time. He realized this. But he was hopeful. He wanted so much for something to come. He needed so much to know. Why? Why? Before something came, unfortunately, he died. The traps had been dug in the night. From out of the sea they had come to dig in the preserve. For a preserve was what the island was all that it could have been, and then returned to the sea to wait. The traps had been dug in the night. The ship had been seen from the very beginning, and its purpose understood. The best brains of the sea had gathered and planned. The enormous, manta-like people, whose name was unpronounceable, but whose technology was not far behind Earth's, met in consultation and immediately understood. It was necessary to capture the ship. Therefore, the Earthmen must be separated from it, and it was for this reason that Wisher had died. But now, to the astonishment of the things, the ship was still alive. It stood silent and alone in the whiteness of the beach, ticking and sparking within itself, and near it, on the bloodied sand, were the remains of the one who had come too close. The things waited, exultant. The conquest of space was in their hands. The day grew late. It became afternoon. Within the ship, of course, there was ticking, and a small red hand moved towards zero. In a little while, the ship would blow, and with it would go the island and a great chunk of the sea. But the beings could not know. Second by second, with the utter mechanical loyalty of the machine, the small red hand crept forward. The sea near the beach was frothy and white. A crowd was forming.
Grenville's Planet was adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Mr. Oakman, what are you doing here in the office at this time of night?
I had such a headache, I didn't notice the time. What is it, by the way?
It's 7:45. Why are you here so late?
I might well ask you the same question.
I left my umbrella behind. It's raining. On my way home from visiting a friend, I decided to call in and collect it. I have my key, of course. I saw the light on in here. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Mr. Oakman, you aren't ill again, are you?
No, it's just this wretched migraine. It's been with me most of the day. I keep pills in the desk here. I thought if I took some and sat quietly, it would pass. Must have fallen asleep. Stupid of me.
Well, you're certainly in no condition to drive. I think I'd better call a taxi. And on the way to your home, I think you'd better tell me everything, Mr. Oakman. You can trust me, you know. No matter what trouble you're in, you can trust me.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
In here, Doc. Grateful you answered the call so promptly.
Well, strangely enough, Inspector, I was on my way to this block of flats. I have a patient on the second floor, but what seems to be the trouble?
The caretaker of the block noticed water overflowing from the waste pipe of this flat and used his pass key. Went into the bathroom. Oh, that's through this way.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what he found. Well, what do you say?
Great heavens. A woman in the bath. Must have drowned.
Oh, yes, she's dead, all right. Gold watch on her wrist says 6:30.
This is too dreadful. You see, I know this woman, Inspector. I recognized her the moment I raised her head. She's Elaine Oakman. I knew her and her husband, Keith Oakman, quite well. Oh, what a dreadful tragedy. Poor Elaine.
You knew her?
Yes, I was more of a friend of her husband's, but I used to be very friendly.
Any idea how she died?
Well, of course, it's far too early to say. I shall have to make a complete examination. It could be many things. Heart attack. Heat overcame her. It's impossible to say right away.
I can obtain authority to perform a post-mortem.
Does that mean that you don't consider this to be a case of accidental drowning?
Who can say? You say you knew this woman quite well. What sort of a person was she?
Well, she was always extremely nice to me. I rather lost touch with them after they decided to go and live in the country. There was a time when their marriage looked as though it was going on the rocks. They decided that a quieter life might be better for both of them. I didn't know that Elaine had returned to town.
The caretaker says she'd been in the flat for about 2 months. Lived alone.
Well, I'll carry out a complete examination and
Oh, I wonder who that can be.
Want me to find out? Let's close this bathroom door first. Oh, this should be interesting.
Good evening. Is Elaine here?
Would you like to come in?
Thank you. Perhaps I should introduce myself. I'm Jim Macy.
Dr. Kenneth Raven. This is Inspector Kimball.
How do you do?
Evening.
I didn't quite understand. A doctor and a police inspector. There's nothing wrong with Elaine, is there? I've called to take her out. She's not in trouble, is she?
You'd better put those flowers down, young man, and prepare for a shock. Elaine Oakman is dead.
Dead? But she can't be. It isn't possible.
She died earlier this evening in the bathroom.
But I was speaking to her on the telephone just this afternoon. We made a date to go out to supper. I can't believe it. Well, what happened? I mean, how did she die?
We're not sure. Looks as though she may have had a heart attack through taking an over-hot bath.
Oh, poor Elaine. She didn't say anything about feeling ill when I telephoned. She just said she was depressed, that's all.
Depressed?
Yes. Elaine was always so gay and carefree. It was unusual for her to feel miserable. That's why I brought the flowers. Why I was taking her out.
You knew Mrs. Oakman well?
Oh, yes, all my life. We used to go to school together when we were kids. She was older than me. Treated me like her kid brother.
No romantic inclinations?
Good heavens, no. Now, I'm engaged to be married. A girl near my own age, Christine Larwood. She lives just out of town in Ashford.
I see. Well, if you knew Mrs. Oakman well, then you may be able to tell us where we can get in touch with her husband.
Oh, he lives in Ashford, too. Elaine parted from him nearly a year ago. I'm not sure of the address, but Keith Oakman's in the telephone book. It's an unusual name. I'm sure it's the only one in that district.
Thank you. Doc, I wonder, would you mind, as you knew him, you may be able to break the news a little more gently than I can.
Well, I'll do my best. The telephone's through in the hall, isn't it?
Yes.
No, don't worry. I'll find it.
Now, Mr. Basie, perhaps you'll be good enough to tell me some more about Mrs. Oakman. You say that she and her husband were separated.
Yes. She said she just couldn't adapt herself to the country life. That had made the marriage even more tedious.
She had plenty of friends?
Oh, yes, she was very popular at all the parties.
Not any one particular person? No, I mean a boyfriend.
It's funny you should ask that. I've often wondered if there was another man, that he might be the reason for her marriage breaking up. But she never told me about him. Oh, she wouldn't anyway.
Oh, why do you say that?
Well, Elaine was funny in that respect. She always treated me as one of her family, but, well, you don't tell your kid brother about your romances. I'm sure there was someone there.
Well, we'll remember that.
I can't get Keith Oakman, Inspector.
No.
His housekeeper says he left for his office early this morning and hasn't returned. I got the office number and rang that too, but there was no reply. That's not surprising this late in the day.
Well, we must get in touch with him as soon as possible.
Do you want me any more, Inspector? I'm still feeling a bit shocked.
No, you may go, Mr. Macy. Just leave me your address and telephone number, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course.
And I think we'd better get the body over to the hospital. The moment the photographers and fingerprint boys are through, I'd like a post-mortem. It's essential that we know exactly how Elaine Oakman died. Well, Doc, what's the news this morning?
All the information you want is right here, Inspector. The tests show that the samples of blood from both sides of the heart do not have the same salt content.
What does that mean?
It means that the woman died by taking in fresh water, which diluted the salt content on the left side. In other words, death by drowning in fresh water.
Yes. So it points to accidental death.
Looks like it. You sound disappointed.
I wouldn't say that, but I've got a hunch about this case. No other marks on the body?
No, we're doing toxic tests on the blood, but the blood specimen needs to stand in picric acid for some hours before I can report.
I see. Look, Doc, can you withhold all information for a while? I've a special reason for asking this. If I report accidental death at this stage, they'll take me off the case, and I'm not satisfied. The moment I saw the body, I had a sure feeling that we were dealing with a murder.
Just a hunch, or something made you suspicious?
Several things. There's so many conflicting prints, you'd think it was a help-yourself supermarket. Elaine Oakman had a lot of callers. There was also this. I found it in the rubbish bin in the kitchen. Here, read it.
Small card. Can't we forgive and forget as from tonight, K.
Looks as though it came with some flowers. It was in a cellophane bag with a few cut stalks and leaves. I've checked. A bouquet arrived just after 5 yesterday afternoon.
Typewritten and signed with a K. Do you think he could be...
Her husband, Keith? May well be.
You've traced him?
Yes. It seems he hasn't been well lately. I heard of his secretary. She seems a sensible, efficient woman. I'm going back to my office. She says she'll come round and tell me everything she can about last evening. Sounds promising. All right, come along. I have an idea we'll learn quite a lot.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you, Inspector. I do hope that it's of some help to you.
You're telling me that your boss, Keith Oakman, asked you to stay late at his office last night. That he then suffered a reoccurrence of his migraine attacks. You gave him his usual pills, which had a soporific effect, and stayed in the office until he had slept and recovered sufficiently for you to hire a taxi and take him to your home.
Yes, that's correct. You see, Mr. Oakman suffers dreadfully with this complaint. When it strikes him, he can't do a thing. He must lie in a darkened room. I took him to my flat and left him while I got his car from the garage and parked it ready for him to drive home.
And what time was that?
Oh, just before midnight.
Excuse me, but when I telephoned the office sometime earlier, there was no reply.
Oh, I didn't answer the phone. I didn't want anyone to know. I certainly didn't wish it to be known that I'd insisted he rested at my home. I mean, it's embarrassing, but you know what I mean.
The main thing is that you were with Keith Oakman at 6:30 last night.
Yes, that's right. I was.
Are you quite sure of this, Miss Harris? You didn't perhaps go out of the office, leave it at all, and come back later?
No, Doctor. I remember thinking that it didn't matter too much about working late because it was raining and I had no umbrella.
There was no way that Mr. Oakman could have left his office and returned without your knowing?
No way at all, Inspector. But I don't quite understand these questions. Why is the time factor so important? You've asked me about my employer's physical condition, and I've told you all I can. What has all this got to do with Mr. Oakman?
Mrs. Elaine Oakman, Mr. Oakman's estranged wife, died last night. You know that, don't you?
I read about it in the papers this morning. She had an accident, apparently. Isn't that true?
Supposing I told you... No. Supposing I told you that the doctor's post-mortem revealed that Elaine Oakman was murdered.
But surely that isn't possible. I mean, the report in the paper.
If it was as simple as all that, I shouldn't be here questioning you, should I? I repeat, Miss Harris, supposing it is murder.
Well, supposing it is.
You don't seem surprised.
I read the newspaper, Inspector. Elaine Oakman is dead. And frankly, an accident or not, I would still feel the same way.
And what's that?
I should still feel intense relief. Keith had a bitterly unhappy life with that dreadful woman.
Oh?
If she was killed, then I have only admiration for whoever did the deed. Elaine Oakman deserved it. I repeat, she deserved to die. To be a trifle melodramatic, Inspector. But during the course of your investigations, you will find that Elaine Oakman was a dreadful woman. You will certainly find plenty of suspects. Elaine was extremely popular with a certain type of man.
Miss Harris, that is quite an accusation. Are you sure of your facts?
You profess to have known these two people, Dr. Raven. Surely, if this is so, you must agree with me. Their marriage was a disaster. And it was solely because Elaine Oakman couldn't keep her hands off other men. There, is that frank enough for you? Well, I've told you all I can, Inspector. May I go now?
Yes, of course, Miss Harrison. Thank you for your cooperation. Oh, before you go, one small matter. Do you recognize this?
What is it? Let me see. Oh, a cigarette case. No, I'm afraid I don't. Sorry.
It's all right. Thank you, Miss Harris, for your help. Good day.
Good morning, Inspector.
Well, I suppose we must have learned something from that. What do you think, Doc?
I'd say it was the classic case of a woman in love with her boss.
Yes, I think you're right there. What's your opinion of her condemnation of Elaine Oakman?
Well, now, that's difficult for me to say. I can't say what sort of life Elaine was living in the city, although I do admit that in the old days she had the reputation of a good-time girl. Why, she even set her cap at me at one stage.
Oh, did she?
Yes. Of course, I treated it as a joke. Could never be anything else. But, Inspector, what was that case you handed to Anne Harris, that fresh piece of evidence?
It was nothing of the kind. Just my own cigarette case. Useful for taking fingerprints.
I say, you mean that you think...
You can never tell, can you, Doc? If Miss Harris is that keen on her boss, then one doesn't know to what lengths she'll go to protect him. She may even have helped him to do a murder.
You really believe that?
I don't believe anything. I'm trying to find out facts. Look, I'd like to talk to Keith Oakman next, but this youngster, Jim Macy, and his girlfriend, Christine Larwood, are waiting outside. Would you mind talking to them?
No, of course not, but what do you want me to say?
Just appear to be entertaining them, filling in the time for me. But keep a watch on the conversation. They may unbend more in your company than mine.
It's very distressing, but I'm sure after a while it will be proved to be just another unfortunate accident.
Oh, I'm so glad, Doctor. I was really very shocked. I thought I'd better report back to the inspector, but Christine insisted upon coming with me.
Oh, of course I did. It's been a dreadful time for Jim. So horrible to think of that poor woman dying in the way she did. Horrible.
Oh, easy, darling. You didn't know Elaine then, Miss Larwood?
No, we'd never met. Jim had told me all about her, of course. She'd been very good to him over the years.
She was a good friend. Many people were critical of her free and easy life. Well, perhaps she was a bit bohemian, but as far as I'm concerned, she was always generous and warm-hearted. I'm very sad.
Yes, I can well believe that. You must have thought a great deal to have called on her when you knew she was feeling low. Brought flowers for her, too.
And sent me home early.
Oh, did he do that?
Yes. Pushed me on the 6:30 train with his arms filled with carnations to take to some other woman.
Oh, darling, don't put it like that. You knew why I was doing it.
Yes, of course. The doctor knows I'm only teasing you.
Of course. Will you excuse me now? I think the inspector will be awaiting the full details of the post-mortem. I'd better go to him.
Oh, then you can tell us, Doctor. Did Mrs. Oakman die a natural death?
As far as I'm concerned, Miss Larwood, a perfectly natural one. Now, if you please excuse me, I must see Mr. Oakman, too. Well, Keith, it's a very long time since we met.
Yes, Ken, it is. It's quite a few years, eh?
I'm awfully sorry that it has to be under such very tragic circumstances. I can't tell you how shocked I was to be called into the case and find it was Elaine.
Yes, I can't tell you what this has done to me. I've been trying to explain to the inspector. I still can't believe it. Take a chair, Doc, and relax. How'd things go outside?
Oh, very well. Everything quite correct.
I thought it would be. Now, Mr. Oakman, I'd like you to tell me about your movements yesterday as clearly as you can recall. Well, I'm afraid my recollections aren't that good, Inspector. Dr. Raven will confirm that I've always had these wretched migraine headaches. They started years back when he knew us quite well.
Well, that's true. I've often prescribed for you.
I still use the same stuff. Well, yesterday afternoon I had a particularly vicious attack. It was late in the afternoon, and I had some pills in my desk. I took some and turned out the lights. It's essential that I remain in the dark and rest. Everyone in the office went home. Everyone? Well, everyone, except Miss Harris, my secretary. She came later on. She came in and found me at about 7:30. 7:45 might have been. The migraine was passing, but my mind was still a blank. Miss Harris is used to these attacks, so she got a taxi and we went to her flat where I took another pill and remained resting quietly until she'd collected my car from the garage. Then, later, it had all cleared and I was feeling all right. I drove myself home. So from about 5-ish until nearly midnight, you were more or less alone, suffering from migraine. And you don't remember anything happening during that time? Other callers, telephone calls, anything like that? I'm afraid you don't appreciate this type of affliction, Inspector. The subsequent loss of memory is quite common in these cases, isn't it, Ken?
I wouldn't say common, Keith, but I've known it occur several times in your own case.
Right. I think that's all, Mr. Oakman. Oh, before you go, tell me, was your wife in the habit of keeping a diary? Well, I really can't say, Inspector. She was a stickler for writing things down, always kept an engagement book. I know that. I wouldn't be surprised if she did, keep a diary as well. Why do you ask? Nothing. Nothing. I just thought that if she did keep a diary and we could lay our hands on it, we'd probably save ourselves a great deal of interrogation time, wouldn't we?
Why didn't you say that I was at the office the whole while? Why did you say I returned later?
Miss Harris, Anne, my dear, I know that you meant well by urging me to support your story, but really, the police would only have found out later on.
Found out what?
That I had a temporary amnesia. That after taking the pills, I can't recall what I did. I think I was in the office all the time, but I can't say for sure.
I may have gone out, wandered the streets. I don't know.
But aren't you afraid?
Well, of what?
Well, the police will think that you went to call on Elaine. That you were instrumental in causing her death.
But why would I do a thing like that?
Elaine wanted a divorce. You didn't want to give her one. There could have been a scene. You might have lost your temper.
No.
I don't think you appreciate the position you're in. Look at it this way. The office goes home at 4:30. You remain. You pretend to have a migraine.
But I did.
This is what the police will say. You take a few pills from the bottle, turn out the lights. You leave for Elaine's flat, throwing away the pills in a gutter. At the flat, you let yourself in with your key. You have a key to her flat, haven't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, Elaine was going out. She'd run the bath water, perhaps even stepped into the bath when you arrive. As her husband, you are about the only person on such intimate terms that you could enter her bathroom without her screaming for help.
Mm-hmm. I see what you mean.
Mr. Oakman, Keith, you've got to face this. You're in grave danger. The way you've told the story makes the police think that you have something to hide. Have you anything to hide, Keith? Well, have you?
I thought I'd better come back and explain in more detail, Inspector. My secretary made out quite a good police case against me.
Yes. Could have worked that way, couldn't it?
But it didn't.
No, of course not.
What, then, you don't suspect me?
Let's say I'm not working on those lines at the moment, shall we?
Then may I ask...
What lines I am working on?
Yes.
All right, I will tell you. Then, with your permission, we'll try a little experiment in your wife's flat.
Anything you say, but please do explain.
I'll try. First of all, motive. Who are the persons most likely to want to see Elaine out of the way?
Well, you'd have to count me in there, I suppose. The estranged husband, the constant wrangle about a divorce.
Naturally, you headed the list. There may well be plenty of people who think you did kill your wife. I firmly believe that your secretary, Miss Harris, does, for one. Not that she'd let you down. In fact, I rather believe that she'd commit murder for you.
You don't suspect her, surely?
No, although she could have done it. But you're both so obviously trying to protect each other that it's clear you aren't lying. No. The guilty person is someone who wants a perfect alibi. You see, the person who killed Elaine drowned her, then let the water out of the bath and smashed the wristlet watch at 6:30. An expensive watch. Asking a lot to leave it on your wrist while taking a bath. That didn't ring true for a start. As I was saying, the murderer then turned the water taps on to give a slow flow of water. By the time the bath water was up to the overflow and causing trouble, well over half an hour had passed. At 6:30, the murderer was establishing his alibi.
I see. It's clever. But who was responsible? I mean, who did kill my wife? Inspector, who is the murderer? I have a key to the flat, Inspector.
Shh, quietly. I don't think we've any need to unlock the door. Let me go first. Steady. Now, here we are. Evening, Doc. What the...
Ken, Dr. Raven. It isn't you. It can't be.
I see you're holding the diary, too.
Yes, but I didn't find it. He did.
But that's young Jim Macy, lying there on the floor.
That's right. I thought you wouldn't get here on time, Inspector. So I hid myself behind the door until after Jim Macy entered with his own key, had rummaged about in the desk and found the diary. Then I'm afraid I had to knock him out.
Heavens, for one horrible moment I thought you'd killed Elaine.
Yeah, the doc was on my list of suspects, too. He had access to the flats, and being a doctor, no one questioned his comings and goings. The fact that his first name, Kenneth, began with a K, like your own, also made me suspicious. The initial K was signed on the note accompanying the first bouquet of flowers. But I think if Doc wanted to kill Elaine, he would have done so in a far simpler manner.
Yes, you're right, of course. I didn't kill Elaine. This young man did. He was her unknown lover. He was planning to desert her and marry Christine Larwood. Elaine found out this and started making scenes. Miss Larwood comes from a very respectable, rich family. Elaine was the sort of woman who loved to make scenes. She threatened a scandal, and Macy knew the only way he could stop it was to kill her and throw the blame on you, Keith.
I'm still not quite
Macy
clear.
sent her flowers. He switched cards in the rubbish bin later, insinuating that you were calling. He came in here earlier last night, forced his way into the bathroom, and killed Elaine by grabbing her by the ankles and holding her head under the water.
Then, having seen Miss Larwood off on the 6:30 train, he was clever enough to turn up here with yet another bunch of flowers. Nice touch.
Yes, but how did you find all this out?
We knew we'd have to trick him, so we spread around the story of a missing diary. We knew if he came back to search for it, he would be guilty.
I see. So all this was written down in Elaine's diary after all?
Oh, no. No, there is no diary. That's the Doc's petty cash book. We planted it here earlier, just a hunch. But unlike the petty cash, I think it balances out. Don't you, Doc?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
My name is Mr. Radnor. I'm the senior partner. Can I help you?
I'm looking for a property in the area.
Of course. I'm sure we shall be able to help you. Please sit down,
Mrs. Lancaster.
Please, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, a large or small property, madam? We have a wide range on our books.
Not too small, you understand, and then again, not too large. Preferably with a reasonable rent.
Mm-hmm. Reasonable rent, you say?
Yes, that would be my preference.
See. Now, let me see. Well, we do have 19 Willow Square. It's a very charming residence of medium size. Its rent, too, is very reasonable. It's on 3 floors with 2 or 3 attics. You don't have to use them all, of course. The drawing room downstairs is spacious, with a delightful aspect across the square.
How many bedrooms?
3 of adequate size, and one of the attic rooms has served for a bedroom in the past, I understand. How many servants have you, madam, if you don't mind me asking?
1. Only the 1.
Well, I think 19 Willow Square would be very acceptable in the circumstances. Here are the details.
Yes, the rent is very good, as you say. Still, I would like to see some others, if I may.
Of course, madam, of course. Well, these are mainly larger properties, of course, and it's possible the rent might be too much. I don't know. 21 Rapier Court.
That would be too expensive.
Mm-hmm. And there's 53 Edinburgh Avenue. That's a nice little house, recently come on the market.
It's still a little on the expensive side.
Well, in all honesty, madam, I think you would be well advised to allow me to take you to see 19 Willow Square. I'm sure you'll find it most acceptable.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Kindly step inside, Mrs. Lancaster. Smells a little musty, of course.
Of course. The staircase comes right down into the front room. How nice. It's very impressive, Mr. Radnor.
I thought you'd like it. Now, where would you like to start?
The bedrooms, I think.
Right. We'll work our way down. Very sensible. Shall I lead the way?
Yes, very nice. Very spacious. Tell me, Mr. Radnor, what is the matter with the house?
Matter, Mrs. Lancaster?
Yes, what's wrong with it?
Well, of course, an unfurnished house is always a little gloomy.
Nonsense. The rent is ridiculously low for such a house. Merely nominal. There must be some reason for it. Oh, the house isn't haunted, is it?
Haunted?
No, of course, that is foolish. I don't believe in ghosts or anything of that sort, and personally it's no deterrent to my taking the house. But servants, unfortunately, are very credulous and easily frightened. It would be kind of you to tell me exactly what thing is supposed to haunt this place.
Really, Mrs. Lancaster, I don't know.
I am sure you do. I cannot take this house without knowing. What was it? A murder?
Good heavens, no. Nothing like that.
Well then, Mr. Radnor, what does haunt this house?
It's, only a child.
A child?
Yes.
Go on.
I don't know the story exactly. Of course, there are all sorts of different versions, but, I believe about 30 years ago a man by the name of Williams took this house. Nothing was known of him. He kept no servants. He had no friends. He seldom went out in the daytime. He had only one child, a little boy. But one day, after he'd been here for 2 months, he went up to London. He'd hardly set foot in the metropolis before he was recognized as being a man wanted by the police on some charge. Exactly what, I don't know. Mm. But it must have been a grave one, because sooner than give himself up, he shot himself.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the child lived on here, alone, in the house. He had food for a little time, and he waited day after day for his father to return. Of course, he did not do so. And, unfortunately, it had been impressed upon him that he was never, under any circumstances, to go out of the house or to speak to anyone. He was a weak, ailing little creature, and he did not dream of disobeying this command. In the night, the neighbors, not knowing that his father had gone away, often heard him sobbing in the awful loneliness and desolation of this empty house. And he starved to death.
Oh, that is a terrible story. And it's the child's ghost that is supposed to haunt the place?
Well, it's nothing of consequence, really. I mean, no one ever sees anything. Nothing's seen, you understand. But some do say that they hear the child crying, you know.
I like the house very much, Mr. Radnor. I shall get nothing as good for the price. I am a widow, you see.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And my elderly father and small son live with me. I will think it over and let you know. This room's looking cheerful already, isn't it, Father?
Transformed, my dear. Here you are. Look, I've made you a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. I need it. Oh, that's good. Hot and sweet, just as I like it. I think the Indian carpet should go in this room, don't you?
Oh, as you wish. You know you have exquisite taste. You'll transform this gloomy old house into a magic grotto in no time, I've no doubt.
A gift I inherited from you and Mamma. Sit down. You must be tired.
Yes. I will for a moment. Oh, those stairs, I fear. Not as young as I was, huh? By the time you finish with this place, no one will think it's haunted.
Papa, please. Not on our first day.
Well, all right. We'll agree there are no such things as ghosts.
If you would. Especially in front of Geoffrey. You know what an imagination he has. And he mustn't get excited. He's been much better of late, and the colour's returned to his cheeks.
Listen.
What?
Footsteps. Can't you hear them?
I can't hear anything. It's the rain on the window. Oh, you are dreadful, Papa. Oh, for a moment I thought... Oh, well, never mind. Now, where is Geoffrey? He's been quiet for too long. I hope Jane's with him. And don't you dare play another trick like that on me again.
Huh?
Geoffrey! Geoffrey?
Yes, Mummy?
Grandfather has prepared tea for us. You had better come down.
All right, I'm coming.
And be careful as you come down the stairs. I expect he's been having one big adventure up there. Oh, I hope he hasn't caught a chill in those empty bedrooms.
Valerie, don't worry so much. You make yourself ill. There'll be more room for him in this house. All the nooks and crannies are filled with excitement for an inquisitive young boy.
That's it, Geoffrey. Come along.
Ah, there you are, Geoffrey. Now, you sit on that chest.
What's the matter, Grandfather?
Oh, nothing, my dear, nothing. It must have been the rain I heard. But I could have sworn.
Now, Geoffrey, would you like a scone?
I'm looking at the sponge cake.
Don't you want a scone first?
A piece of sponge cake, please.
Very well.
Here, I'll cut a slice for you, my boy.
What have you been doing upstairs? And where's Jane?
She's busy sorting out things in my room.
I hope you're not getting in her way.
No, Mummy.
Do you like your room?
Oh, yes, it's lovely.
So you're pleased with your new home, are you?
There's your cake.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I like it lots. There are at least 2 separate attics up there, and Jane says I can go and explore them tomorrow.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, please, Mummy.
Not on your own.
Jane will come with me, and there's a secret door.
Is there now?
Jane says there isn't, but I think there must be. And anyhow, I know there'll be pipes, water pipes, and I can play with them and listen to the water gurgle along them, and I can go and see the boiler.
For goodness sake, Geoffrey, take a breath. Jane has promised you an awful lot without consulting me.
No harm can come of it, Valerie.
Thank you, Grandfather.
You encourage him.
Well, he's a boy. All boys have adventurous natures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be boys, eh?
We'll talk about attics tomorrow. Now, eat your tea, and together we can get this room straightened out before it gets dark.
Listen. What's that?
What, Grandfather?
Please, remember what I told you.
Hey. Oh, yes, nothing, my boy. Just the rain. I think it was the rain. What's happening? Where am I? What city is this?
Where is he? Have you brought him?
No, I'm sorry. I have not. Oh, where am I? Oh, it was a dream. Only a dream. What's that? Geoffrey? Is that you crying? It stopped. That can't have been Geoffrey. His room's below mine, but the sound...
Papa? Papa, dear?
Yes?
You're not eating your breakfast.
Oh, sorry. Mind's wandering.
Listen to the wind. Quite a change in the weather. Did you sleep well last night, Geoffrey?
Yes, Mummy.
Don't eat your breakfast so fast, Geoffrey. You're not something out of the zoo.
No, Mummy.
Oh, just hearing that wind blowing in the chimney. Are you sure you're all right, Papa?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Your breakfast is stone cold. You haven't eaten a thing.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear, but I'm not very hungry. Listen.
I hope you're not sickening for something, Papa. You know what I think? I think you did too much yesterday. I think you should rest all today and do absolutely nothing. Jane and I can manage.
Be quiet.
Papa, what is it? You frightened us.
What?
It's all right, Grandfather. There's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I am sorry. Forgive me. It was nothing. Honestly, it was nothing. You're right. I'll take things easier today.
Geoffrey, have you seen Grandfather anywhere?
No, Mummy.
Oh, perhaps he's lying down. I won't disturb him if he is. What are you doing?
Looking out of the window.
Oh, can't you find something more interesting to do than that?
I'm bored.
Well, why don't you get me one of your books and let me hear you read?
I don't want to. I'd wish you'd let me play with the little boy.
Which little boy, dear?
I don't know his name. He was in the attic, sitting on the floor, crying. But he ran away when he saw me. I suppose he was shy. And then when I was in the playroom, building a house with my bricks, I saw him standing by the door, watching me.
What are you saying, dear?
I looked straight at him and said, "Come and help me." But he didn't say anything. And then when I asked Jane who he was and told her I wanted to play with him, she said there wasn't a boy in the house and not to tell lies. I don't love Jane anymore.
Jane was right. There is no little boy.
But I saw him. Oh, Mummy, do let me play with him. He looks so lonely and unhappy, like I must have been just now.
Geoffrey?
Oh, Papa, you startled me. I didn't hear you come down.
That poor little boy is lonely. And perhaps you can do something to comfort him. But you must find out how by yourself. Like a puzzle, do you see?
Geoffrey, I think you'd better go upstairs and find Jane. It's time you washed, ready for tea.
Oh, all right.
Papa, this is absurd, and it has to stop.
What are you talking about, Valerie?
Encouraging him to believe the idle tales of servants.
No servant has told the child anything, Valerie. That boy has seen what I hear.
What you're saying is ridiculous.
Is it?
Of course it is. Why don't I see or hear it then?
Do you remember these words? What lamp has destiny to guide her little children stumbling in the dark? A blind understanding, Heaven replied. Oh, don't you see? Geoffrey has that. A blind understanding. It is only as we grow older that we lose it. We cast it away from us. Sometimes when we are quite old, a faint gleam comes back to us, but the lamp burns brightest in childhood. That is why I think Geoffrey may help.
I don't pretend to understand.
Oh, no more do I. That ghost child, for that is what it is in trouble and wants to be set free. How?
Well, Dr. Phillips, how is he?
The doctor will tell us after he's examined him, Valerie.
But I want to know. It's been 3 days now, and he doesn't seem to be getting any better.
I'll be with you in 1 moment, Mrs. Lancaster.
He's feverish, and he keeps gasping for air. Then he'll sleep peacefully.
Please, Mrs. Lancaster, I'm trying to listen to his lungs.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There, my dear. Geoffrey will be all right.
He's never been strong. He's like his father. He suffered with a weak chest, too. He caught a chill and it turned into bronchitis and...
There. He's not responding to any medication, I'm afraid. Oh, no. I think we should try to get him into hospital.
Oh, is that necessary?
No, it's the best place for him, Valerie.
May I speak to you privately, Mr. Winburn?
Oh, of course. Shall we go downstairs?
Oh, excuse us, please, Mrs. Langford.
This way.
Thank you.
Well, Doctor, you can tell me the truth.
I understand your grandson has a history of lung trouble.
Yes.
Almost from birth?
I'm afraid so, yes. My daughter has always had to protect him from colds and chills.
Yeah. I'm afraid he has an infection in both lungs. Unfortunately, he hasn't the constitution to withstand it.
I see. Well, what are you saying, Doctor?
That even if I get him into hospital, there's very little chance that the boy will live. I'm very sorry.
Excuse me for saying this, but are you certain?
Mr. Winburn, you're perfectly free to consult another doctor at the hospital when we get him there, but in my opinion, his case is hopeless. I would be failing in my duty if I held out any false hopes. One lung is on the point of collapse. In a short time, the other will be the same. He cannot take the strain, you see.
Yeah. How do I tell my daughter? You can see the state she's in.
I don't know, Mr. Winburn. I honestly don't know.
Deliver us from evil, for thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
I do want to help him get away. I do.
Geoffrey,
I do.
Geoffrey, please.
I do. I do.
What's that? Someone crying. A child crying. But who is it? Who's there?
Valerie.
What?
What's wrong?
He cried out. Geoffrey cried out.
Excuse me, Mrs. Lancaster.
Suddenly sat up and cried out, and then...
And then?
I heard.
He's delirious. His breathing's becoming shallower, too.
What can we do?
For the moment, wait. I'll go to the hospital and arrange for an ambulance.
I'll see you out.
No, Mr. Winburn. Stay here, please. I won't be long.
He's going to die, isn't he?
No, my dear, no.
Yes, he is. Just like his father. I shall sit here and I shall watch him die.
Please, Valerie, you must have hope.
Please, my son, fight. Fight to live. Want to live, Geoffrey. What is it? Are you in pain? Geoffrey? Geoffrey, what are you doing? You mustn't sit up.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
What did you say? What's happening? Oh, I'm frightened. Oh, I'm frightened. Stop it! Please, stop laughing.
Valerie? Valerie, what's happening?
Can't you hear it? Can't you hear him laughing? Oh, hold me, Papa! Hold me, please! Geoffrey! Look, Papa! He's sitting up again. He's pointing to the door.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
The door. He's pointing to something at the door. Listen. Can't you hear them? Someone's coming up the stairs.
What?
He's coming upstairs. The child. The child. Oh, he's here. In this room. The child is in this room.
Papa.
Shh, don't move.
What's happening? Tell me what's happening.
Valerie, come away from the door. Let them go.
Let them go? Oh, there are 2 of them? 2?
Yes, dear. 2 children. Now.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Hello? Hello? Oh, for pity's sake. Here we are, living in New York in the city with more telephones than anywhere in the world, and I can't even make a local call. You're gonna be late again, buddy. Hurry, honey.
Plenty of time. What's all the fuss?
Oh, no, what's all this? What a morning.
It'll be the mailman, same as it is every morning around this time. You want me to get it?
No, I'll manage. Your coffee's on the stove.
Okay.
So you don't burn yourself, it's hot.
Morning, Mr. Ware. I'm morning to too.
I'm glad to know you're cheerful, Joe. Things are in their usual frenetic state in the Ware household at this time. Oh, nice collection of mail you got for us.
Uh-huh.
There must be something in this lot that's worth opening.
Oh, sure there will be. Bye, Mr. Ware.
Bye.
Anything interesting in the mail, Helen?
I can't say yet, honey, but there should be. Let's see.
Looks as though most of them are bills as usual, huh? That or receipts.
Well, one bill I think you must tackle, buddy, and it's the telephone. I've been trying to raise Mother all morning.
Mm-hmm.
Here. This looks like the only one that's for you. Marked personal. Holding out on me?
Here, let me see that. Hey. Why?
What is it, buddy? You look as though you've seen a ghost. What on earth is it?
Suspense. Let's play some music. I feel like dancing.
But I thought you had a splitting headache.
Oh, that was 5 minutes ago. I've taken Grandpa headache powder since.
Grandpa headache powders kill pain, soothe strained nerves, and lift depression. Grandpa headache powders are extra effective because they have a triple action. Grandpa headache powders work extra fast because they dissolve almost immediately. Get fast, effective relief from any pain, all pain. Get Grandpa headache powders.
Ah, Grandpa.
South Africa's greatest success in breakfast wheat is Wheat Bix.
Tastiest, flakiest, crunchiest chunk of pressed whole wheat ever. That's Wheat Bix.
Wheat Bix is whole wheat to last you the whole day. All wheat, all food, all taste, all fun. That's Wheat Bix, too.
It's one way of tasting success. To taste the golden wheat in Wheat Bix. Best-selling wheat.
But I recognize the handwriting. It don't mean a thing.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't fool me like that. Come on, open it. Let's find out what's wrong.
Oh, well, it may not be anything. Let's see.
What is it, buddy?
Well, let's see.
Let's see, honey. The time has come, buddy. I swore I would kill you, and the time has come. Buddy, what does this mean?
Well, you thought it would be an interesting meal, Helen, and you were right. But let me have that back. It isn't every morning that one gets a threatening letter. I'd better keep it.
Buddy, this handwriting. There's been no attempt to disguise it. You recognize the writing, and you know who sent you that note, don't you?
Oh, come on, honey. There's no need to get all steamed up about things like this. I've been a cop most of my life. I started off pounding the beat, and now I've ended up behind a desk. During that time, I must have made a lot of enemies. Hundreds who hate my guts and thousands more who bear me a grudge. Now, just because some crazy gink starts blowing off steam...
Don't fool me, buddy. Bearing a grudge is one thing. Threatening to kill and not caring about having your writing recognized is quite another.
Oh, it's just a scare.
Your record on the force proves you don't scare easy. We've never had any secrets from each other, Buddy. If this is serious, you must tell me. You do know who it is, don't you?
Yeah, I think I do, Helen. It's a guy named Dean Fabry.
Dean Fabry? I don't think I've ever heard you mention it.
No, he belongs in the past. Well, at least I thought he did. The reason I think it's from him is because Dean was released from jail last week. He was doing a 10-year stretch, and I put him inside.
I see. A crook. Connected with some gang?
No, Dean isn't really a crook either. As a matter of fact, he was a cop, just like me.
A cop? You mean a friend?
Yeah, well, leastways he started out to be. I guess I better tell you the whole story. No sense in having only half the truth. It happened years ago. There were 3 of us in the force who were buddies. Vic Murphy, Dean Fabry, and me. We'd started out together and been lucky enough to have stayed that way. Promotions, that kind of thing, you know. We were still in the same squad. Although I was in charge, it was only a handle. I never threw my stripes, and we always discussed everything together. I suppose it all started with the outbreak of robberies on the West Side. I can remember it was Vic Murphy who first came up with the idea. The idea that there was a woman involved in the robberies.
I tell you, buddy, that there's a woman at work here. What do you think, Dean?
There's always a woman.
What do you mean as Kingpin, Vic? A woman organizing the jobs?
Yeah, that's right. Look, it's all too slick. The places she chooses to operate in. I tell you where we've been after scent because we automatically started looking for a guy. But the guy's a dame. Well,
still don't see how it's anything more than a hunch. And how are you going to prove it anyhow?
Well, I figure we got to work backwards. Start watching the fences. If this is a dame, she's got several $1,000 worth of hot ice. Sooner or later, she's going to start to offload. Then we get a lead. Come on, I'll buy you both a beer. But if I'm right, I want free drinks for a week.
Hey, that'll take all our money for a month the way you down a beer, baby. Well, as it turned out, Vic was smack on right. We picked up a lead on a woman called Martha Van Buren. She was clever, had no record. You know, hard to pin anything on her. Again, it was Vic who put forward the next suggestion, and perhaps this is where things really started to go wrong. Yeah, well, Vic, it looks here like you were right, huh? But before we start paying for you to drink yourself to a standstill, what's the next move?
You plant someone in her setup.
Huh, easier said than done.
Can be arranged. Got just the man, too.
Oh?
Who? You. What? No one better. Nice-looking guy, smart, well-dressed, well-spoken. No one would ever guess you were a cop. They only got to look at me, and as for Buddy, well, he's a bit beyond it.
Hey, come on. I'm planning to get married soon.
All the more reason why you shouldn't tangle with a dangerous dame. No, it'll have to be Dean. Buy me another beer, I'll work it out for you.
Well, Vic Murphy was as good as his word. Somehow he managed to get Dean Fabry introduced through parties and such like, and eventually Dean met her. By one of those strokes of luck, they liked each other immediately, and, financed by the force, Dean began to date Martha. They were seen in all the right spots. To him, she was, well, just a job. To her, he was a rich young man about town. It was an agreeable twosome. Of course, all the time, Dean was reporting back to the department. That dame couldn't brush her teeth without we knew about it. Then the unexpected happened.
I can't believe it. I just can't. Another robbery. The Hotel Delicia. And boy, are they hopping mad. Hooked the stuff right out of the wall safe while this dame and her husband was having their dinner downstairs.
Yeah, I know. And I got a fixing from the commissioner.
Has Dean reported in yet?
I'm expecting a call any minute now. He always rings in on the hour. Uh-huh. That'll be him now. Buddy Ware speaking.
Buddy, this is Dean.
Now, let's have it, Dean. What's the news? What's with the dame?
Nothing, buddy, nothing at all. You know, we must be on the wrong tack. Martha Van Buren's in the clear. I was with her all evening. Stayed in her apartment, no calls, nothing. If you're hoping to fix last night's little job on Van Buren, you're wasting your time.
But, Dean, that can't be. The job was identical with the others.
Then we're wrong about them, too. I tell you, she's got a cast-iron alibi. A cop's alibi. My evidence.
I can't believe it. Something's wrong somewhere.
Look, I'll stick around with her for a couple more days. See what I can pick up, then I'll give you a full report. But like I say, at the moment it looks like you're wasting your time completely. Ring you later. Bye.
Bye, Dean. Oh, Dean says she's in the clear, completely innocent of the whole business.
I don't believe it. She's fooling him in some way. I should be able to handle it, see through her. But I wonder just what has gone wrong.
What's the matter, do you know, honey? Cat got your tongue tonight?
What? Oh, sorry, Martha, honey. I'm not very good company, am I?
Oh, I've known you in brighter and more attractive moods.
Martha, we've only known each other a short time, and this may come as a heck of a surprise to you, but I've just got to tell you. I'm quite sincere. I'm in love with you.
Dean.
It's true, Martha. I can't conceal it any longer. I have to tell you. It places me in a mighty awkward position. You see, there's something else I know, too. I know who you are, Martha. By that, I mean I know how you got your money. I know where you were last night, for instance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Look, Martha, now I've got to tell you everything. You've got to get away. The cops are onto you. They're watching your every move.
I don't believe it.
It's true. You've got to believe it because I can prove everything. Now, I love you and I'll help you all I can, but you must agree to do everything I say without questions. Now, I know it'll work, but you must listen carefully and don't interrupt. Now. One more. She was the far one. Last one on this side.
Dean. Oh, Dean, are you sure this is going to work?
Yeah, I'm sure. Now, quit fretting. We've been over it all too many times. I've told you I'll get you out of the country, and I will. I'll never let them take you. You have no fear of that.
It's not that I don't trust you, Dean. I do. I don't know what's happened to us. I guess love plays tricks. What I have done without you.
That's enough, Dean. Stay right where you are.
What the... You like Vic says, Dean. I've got the lady covered. There's no getting away.
It's a trap. You betrayed me. You made me walk right into a trap.
No, Martha. I didn't. I swear I did.
Back up a piece, Dean. Get some fresh air between you and the dame.
You think I'll go as easily as this to you, Dean? I was a fool not to have seen through you. Well, I'm not
Watch
taken
it, Vic. She's
yet.
got a gun from that bag. Watch it. I didn't mean the shot to be fatal. It was all over so quickly.
She died?
In hospital later. Vic had minor injuries.
And Dean Fabry?
Well, this Sadie's mighty tough on rogue cops who turned criminal. He got 10 years. As I say, his time of imprisonment is up. He's out. And it was he who sent me that threatening note on the table.
How can you be sure?
Well, partly because in spite of the years, I still recognize the handwriting. And because the threat is an old one. I was in court on the day he was convicted, and I can recall it like it was yesterday.
You killed her! You're a murderer! I'll get you one day. I'll get you. I'll kill you like I killed her. I'll kill! You hear me? I'll kill you!
A face without a trace of makeup proves it. A girl's most important cosmetic is her shampoo, her sunsilk. There's one for normal hair, one for dry hair, one for greasy hair. Now new egg shampoo to nourish your hair. Sunny, silky, sunsilk hair. Know your hair and know your sunsilk. It's part of the art of being beautiful.
Well, Helen, darling, that's the story. When you think about it, that letter couldn't have come from anyone else, could it?
No. No, I guess not. Oh, buddy, I'm scared.
No reason to be, honey. It's one thing to make a threat and another to carry it out.
But you're in danger.
Oh, everyone in my job is to some extent. No, Helen, don't look so scared, or I'd wish I'd never told you.
What do we do?
I know what I do. I go to work as usual. But stopping here to tell you all this really means I'm going to be late.
Will they give you some sort of protection, buddy?
Protection? Well, now, how can they do that?
You did your duty by the state. Seems to me a great pity that the state can't do its duty by you and keep this Dean Fabry away. I mean, trace him. Warn him that he's not to come near you.
Well, maybe I don't want protection. You said yourself that I don't scare easy. Okay, it's a shock to know that Dean is out and still feels the same way he did 10 years ago. But I don't see that's any reason why I should hide myself away from him.
But if he's a killer?
Well, I don't think Dean is capable of killing.
I don't see why he should be given the chance of proving that. And anyway, I don't understand. If you and he and this guy Vic Murphy were such buddies, where did he suddenly fall out with you? I mean, it's just crazy. It doesn't make sense whatever way you look at it.
In an odd sort of way, it makes sense from Dean's side. He fell in love with Martha Van Buren, and I killed her. He must have been very much in love to have risked his whole career. I think he always liked and respected Vic and me, but he knew we'd never go along with his aiding and abetting the escape of a jewel thief. You know what love's like. It can make folk do some strange things, make some odd sacrifices, huh?
I wonder if I do know that. I wonder how great a sacrifice I'd make. Oh, I don't think I'd let down my friends. Oh, honey, please, I don't want you to go to the office today. Can't you tell them you're not feeling well? Here, you'll be safe.
Oh, now, Helen, get a grip on yourself. I can do that. In any case, we've got no telephone, remember?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let go. You've got quite enough on your mind without coping with an hysterical wife. I'm sorry.
Oh, forget it, honey. Now, look, I really must be going. I'll ring you from the office just to set your mind at rest. Oh, that phone again. Now, don't worry. Look, I'll call the complaints and get the thing fixed. But don't stay on the line all day talking to your mother.
All right, buddy. Anything you say.
Hey, who's your best boy?
Oh, Buddy. Buddy, darling. Please be careful.
I will. You know, we could be doing just what Dean Fabray wants us to do. This is a war of nerves, so make sure you keep yours, huh? Now, come on. Walk with me to the garage. Come on now.
Yes?
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. This is the house that's got trouble with the telephone, 36A.
Oh, yes, I've been expecting you. I didn't realize you were from the telephone company. Please come in.
Thanks. Been looking for this place for some time. Crazy type numbering.
Yeah, it is a bit confusing if you don't know the district. Did you receive a complaint from my husband? I've been expecting you all day.
Oh, I don't know who placed the complaint, lady. I was just given the job. Where's the phone?
Well, through here in the study. It's over there on the desk. There are points in the kitchen, lounge, and hall. But none of them works.
None of them, huh? Well, what about the bedroom?
Oh, there is a point there, but it's rarely used. I used to move at the phone in there when my husband was on night duty, but now, well, his job's changed a bit.
Come up in the world, huh?
Do you think the fault can be anything serious?
Well, I can't answer that, lady, till I've been over everything, can I?
Oh, no. Oh, no, of course not. I'm sorry.
What's the matter? You seem kind of nervous. Something the matter?
No. No, of course not. Oh, please, go right ahead. If there is anything you want, then just let me know.
Okay. Anyone else around? I mean, servants in the house?
No, not now. The cleaning woman left at lunchtime. I'm not very practical about mechanical things, but if I can be of any help, I
guess I can handle it. Uh-huh. That's dead, okay. Odd, though.
Why?
Oh, usually there's some kind of connection. You know, a crackle, a faint sound, even before the tone comes on. This is real dead. Like someone might have cut the wires.
Cut the wires? Oh, no.
Nasty, huh? Yeah, it's dead, all right. Nasty word, dead. Something so final about it, isn't there? Dead. No need to be jumpy, Mrs. Ware. It is Mrs. Ware, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, of course.
What time is your husband due back?
What has my husband got to do with this? Wait a minute. The line is cut. You are from the telephone company, aren't you?
Nice place you have here. Yep, I'm up in the world.
I said you are from the telephone company, aren't you?
Now, what do you think, Mrs. Ware?
I think your name is Dean Fabray. Am I right?
So, you know, do you?
And it's true.
Sure. Sure, it's true. Why should I fool you? No point, is there?
Why have you come here?
Now, look. You say you know about me. If that's so, if you've been discussing me with your husband, then you must know why I am here.
I don't believe this. I mean, You didn't send that letter to Buddy, did you?
Do I seem to you the sort of man who would make idle threats? If I know Buddy, he will have either told you nothing or everything.
I can't believe this. The whole day has a nightmare quality about it. It can't be happening. Mr. Fabry, you must go. Just go. I won't say anything to anyone if you quit this house now.
No.
Oh, I can't stand this. It's just plain crazy. I can't stand it.
You can't stand it. You want me to go? To be ordered out like a common servant. I've been inside for 10 long years. Don't you understand that?
So what? Whose fault was that? No one but your own. And how do you expect me to treat you? You get out of prison and write my husband a stupid, hysterical note, trick your way in here and try to scare me to death. What attitude am I supposed to take? One of sympathy? Well, don't expect it from me. Anyone who turns his back on law and order like you is worthy only of contempt and loathing. Now get out!
I have to hand it to Buddy. He always could pick him. I should have known he'd find himself a worthy woman.
Unlike you, we're hoodwinked by a common criminal.
You shouldn't have said that, Mrs. Ware. You shouldn't have said it.
What are you going to do?
You know full well what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill Buddy.
You'll try to kill him? Yes. Yes, I suppose you will. In your twisted mind, the so-called wrong has grown over the years. You're now so bitter you can't think straight. I can understand it. This is where all forms of imprisonment go wrong. Oh, Mr. Fabry, Dean, can't you try to recall the days when you and Buddy worked in harmony on the force? Can't you try to see the other side? You've made good the wrong. Don't insist on staying a criminal. We'll help you. Both Buddy and I will do our best to help you. Help you get over it all.
The soft approach. Appeal to the man's better instincts. Use feminine wiles. It won't work, Mrs. Ware. I have no better instincts.
Buddy thinks you have. He says you couldn't kill even if you wanted to.
You'll find out how wrong he is. I've had 10 years.
10 years in which you should have seen the truth. Martha Van Buren was an expert operator in her own field. You can only recall the sordid affair you had with her. She probably had a dozen attractive men on a string.
Shut up!
Want to strike me again? That won't alter facts. You may have been stupid enough to have loved her. I doubt very much if she cared a snap of the fingers about you.
That isn't true. She would have stayed with me.
Be your age. You've been haunted by the thought that she wouldn't have stayed with you even if you had got her away on that ship. It would have been somewhere else to live, some other person's jewels to steal. Some other young man to use.
No, it wasn't like that. I know inside of me that Martha loved me as deeply as I loved her. But she wasn't given the chance to prove it. She was shot down, killed. No one gave her a chance to explain.
As Buddy gave me the story, there was an opportunity to give herself up. She resisted arrest. Why, she was actually armed.
So what?
She was prepared for a showdown, prepared to shoot her way out. That doesn't fit with the picture you're trying to paint for me.
She didn't shoot to kill.
Neither did Buddy. She could have killed. He would have wounded. She could have gone to the chair for murder. Would you have felt the same as you do if that had been so? Buddy was doing his duty.
Duty?
That word no longer means anything to you, does it? You haven't got the meaning of it for over 10 years, not since that woman, Martha Van Buren, cast some sort of spell over you. A spell which made you forget what duty and honor mean.
Be quiet.
Why? Because the truth hurts.
I said quiet, or I'll use this on you.
A gun. I should have known.
How else can I do what I have to do without this?
Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps Buddy is too. Perhaps we thought of you as basically the old Dean Fabry. You may have changed. Become ill. Mad.
Why'd you keep looking at that clock and then out of the window? Oh, yeah. Nearly 5:30. It's time for him to come home. Buddy was always reliable, a creature of habit. He's due back at any minute, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Then we must get the reception committee ready for him. You
really are mad. You can't recall things as they should be. Only one fact is present in your mind. Martha is dead. The crazy, twisted logic that Buddy spoke of. Justice. That's how you think of it, isn't it?
Got it at last, haven't you? That's the way it is.
No. No, it isn't. Look, can't you see that if anything happens to Buddy, I'll be the one who suffers?
Too bad. Can't be helped. He's getting his...
But you don't understand. It isn't as if Buddy planned to kill you. He didn't plan to kill anyone. It was just unfortunate that he happened to cause the death of someone who was... Well, it was all the world to you.
He'll be coming up the driveway soon. I'll hear the car.
Please listen to me. I am all the world to Buddy.
What? What are you talking about?
If Buddy comes in here in a few minutes' time and finds me dead and you gone, in that way he'll suffer as you have. You'll have killed the woman he loved in the same way that he killed your woman. It's the only way you can really get even. Let me die, not him.
You call me crazy?
I can't live without him.
The car's turning into the drive.
Please, listen to me. Do as I say.
I can't hurt you. Why should I?
You've got to. If one of us must die, it mustn't be him. I love him too much. Give it to me!
Go, you fool, let go!
Have you tasted the new one? That's Belmont. Belmont, the cigarette with the taste that belongs to the world's great tobaccos. The taste that comes from the choice of South Africa's crop and Rhodesian barley, toasted together to give you a whole new world of rich, full flavor. Belmont. Belmont, the toasted filter cigarette that belongs to your kind of world, the world of today. The taste of today is Belmont.
Read all the papers? Finished supper? Good. Looking forward to Monday? Oh, well, put your feet up. Relax. Enjoy yourself. And crack open a Cadbury's for that real dairy milk taste. It's made from fresh, full cream milk. Lots of it. That's why it tastes so good. So go on. Crack open a Cadbury's dairy milk chocolate now. It's cracking good value.
Helen, my darling. Helen.
Buddy. Oh, honey. Are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. How are you? I found you here on the floor. You must have fainted.
Buddy, it was Dean. Dean Fabry.
Yeah, I know. I didn't see him. He must have gone out the back way, but I found this revolver on the kitchen table together with this note.
A note?
Yeah, scribbled. The same handwriting. Here, read it.
I still hate you. But she loves you. It's the only thing that saved you. Oh, Buddy. Perhaps there is hope for him. Even yet.
I think so. He's not a killer, and you must have proved that to him, huh?
Buddy. Oh, Buddy.
Oh, come on now. Who's your best boy, huh?
Suspense, adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Tony Watson! Hey, Tony! Hello, Tony. Well, what are you doing up here? Hello!
Mike Glacier, isn't it?
Well. You working up here? I mean, what are you doing?
Well,
how's
not all
everything?
the time, just today.
Oh, it must be
Firm sent me
crikey,
here.
10 years at
I'm with
least.
Benson Smithers, based in London.
With who?
I'm not in the theatre anymore.
Aren't you? I'm touring with Clive Hitchcock, a new Jack Ritchie comedy, you know, at the Playhouse. Hey, listen, you free for half an hour? Let's have a drink, eh?
Yeah, well, Okay, I've got to be down at Tower Square by 10.
Oh, that's great. It's only just gone 9. Come on. They're open all day, market days. What made you chuck the theatre, then?
Well, theatre chucked me, actually. Well, not really.
Suspense.
More and more men rate Gunston great. Gunston gives you the best tobaccos a man can get. Flavor strong and rewarding. Yes, Gunston has what it takes to match a man's taste. Why don't you join the men? Match your taste with Gunston Toasted. Man, it's great.
From the fertile fields of the eastern Transvaal come new flavor Royco's farm fresh vegetable. Plump chickens come from lush Natal. Our beefsteaks are the beefiest, our herbs and spices subtle and delicate. So come home to Royco, made from the freshest and youngest. That's why Royco soups taste the best and cook the quickest in only 7 minutes. New flavor Royco, warm, friendly, satisfying, made with the good things you would choose.
Esso, olies en brandstoffe. Die verste vooruit in die wêreld. Voor uw engine grom van kracht. Zet het tier in uw tijd.
Nice to see you again.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself? You rich? We've all done all of that. Horrible, was it? But I really thought you'd be starring, no?
Starring or starving? No, well, you know, I did a bit of TV, had a 6 months run in Witches Hollow at the Lyceum. A load of baloney that was, too. Then I had a long stint out, and I found I was getting more dough when I was out of the theatre than in it, even the West End, and I thought, well, you know, hey, you've done all right. We watched you in the October game on ITV. Thought you were ruddy marvellous.
Last I heard of you, weren't you going up for that David Keller play at the Aldwych?
Yeah, I was, yes. That was in 57, wasn't it? Somewhere about there.
I remember my agent telling me more or less who was going to do it. I was going to go along to the auditions for The Frenchman. I didn't get it. I gave it to a Frenchman, actually. How's your drink?
Okay.
Yeah, my agent reckoned they'd as good as cast you. Audition was just a formality. Didn't you fancy it or something? Good part, you know. Second lead, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes.
He took it to the States afterwards. 2 years on Broadway. He's in every second Yankee picture you see. The Eternal English Butler. And he was with Marlon Brando in that thing by Edward Lucas as well. Rich as all get out now, yes.
Yes, well, I got mucked up there.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, I've never regretted it, you know. We've got 4 kids now.
4? I'm still single and happy.
3 girls and a boy.
Yes, well, you always preferred girls, didn't you? Have another?
Yeah, okay. No, the thing was, Arthur Wellman said they wanted me definitely for Water's Edge.
Water's Edge, that was it, yeah. They filmed it too, you know?
Yeah, I know.
With Ian Burrick.
Oh, all right, don't rub it in.
Sorry. Well, why didn't you play it then? I mean, if they wanted to...
Well, I didn't make the audition. They got all queer about it and took Burridge for the part.
You mean you didn't go to the audition? Bit daft, wasn't it?
You got a bit of time? Mm-hmm. I mean, you haven't got to roar off anywhere for a bit. Well, I'm okay till just after 10.
No, sure. I'm just strolling around town. We've got a dress rehearsal this afternoon, that's all.
I was all a bit crummy, really.
Hey, hang on. A couple more, please. Tar. Yeah, all right.
Well, I was a bit mixed up with this woman, as a matter of fact. Claire, her name was. She wasn't an actress, sort of model. Vera didn't know anything. I was pretty far gone on it.
You're still married to Vera, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, sort of marvellous now. She never knew at all. So I'm trusting you.
Oh, cut my throat, hope to dying. How did this affect the audition for Water's Edge, then?
Well, I'm telling you. We were going to go away together, Claire and me. There was only one baby then, little Martin. I mean, it would have been a lousy thing to do, but as I said, I was pretty hopelessly in love with her. She was married as well, of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes. Well, it was a Wednesday, about this time in the morning, as a matter of fact. The auditions were at the Crosby Hall in Applegate. It was a lovely day, so I decided to walk. I was just crossing that little road near the park. I had plenty of time. I'm always early for things like auditions. Or I was. I was crossing the road when I just looked up. I don't know why. And there was this man on this ledge of this tall building, about 8 stories up. More, 10. I don't know. Anyway, he was balancing near the edge. There was an entrance to this block of flats. I felt I had to do something, so I belted in and up the stairs, and then I realized I didn't know which floor or whereabouts along the ledge he was. So I raced back and counted. He was still there. Oh, I was going to phone the police or something, but I didn't, because I thought he'd probably jump while I was doing that. I tried to gauge more or less how many windows along from the corner and exactly how many flights up and all that, and up I went. Didn't wait for the lift. Just kept seeing this bloke falling. What had happened to him when he hit the ground? It occurred to me that he might be a workman and I might be making a Charlie of myself. But somehow I knew as well that this wasn't the case. That something nasty was going to happen. The first couple of places I looked out, I couldn't see right. Counted wrong or something. I was about 2 landings from the very top. And then I saw him. He was about 30 feet along from the window where I looked out. I nearly called out. Then I realized I mustn't do that. I had to get closer. I squinted along and tried to gauge how many windows along he was. I counted the doors along the corridor. I was in this ordinary little flat. I opened the window and looked out. He was about 10 feet from me along on the ledge. He wasn't moving. I looked down and I felt a bit sick. I didn't know what to do. Then he looked sideways and saw me. He didn't say anything. Just sort of leaned forward as if he was going to jump. Please, look, you'd better be careful. You might, it's a long way down. I mean, what do you say in a case like that? Whatever you say is going to sound stupid and inadequate. I wasn't sure whether he heard me or not. Then I saw a closer window along the wall. I opened this. His boots were only about 5 feet along from me. He sort of moved quickly sideways, away, as if he was scared I was going to try and touch him. It's okay. Don't worry. I saw you from down there. It looks a bit dangerous. What are you doing? Huh? He didn't look at me. Just told me where to go and what to do, and he wasn't very polite. All this time, no one else had noticed. I remember thinking this was a bit queer, but there wasn't a soul about down in the street. An odd car went by. No one looked up or anything. I didn't know what to do. There was a phone in the flat, but who do you phone in that sort of situation? I had this feeling that if people came, well, he must have reckoned I was trying to decide what to do, because he spoke again without looking at me.
Get out of my flat. You're trespassing.
Oh, it's yours, is it? Why don't you come in? You might fall or something.
Mind your own business. Clear off.
Why are you? I mean, what's up? Look, you're right. It's none of my business, but look, you might regret it on the way down or something. Be a bit late then. Don't move your feet like that. You're feel like talking about it. Horrible thing to say. Feel like talking about it. corny. Sort of thing a vicar might say in one of those television dramas. Thing is, this is how you tend to react to situations which are a bit melodramatic. You say corny things that have been said before. I couldn't think of any startling, original dialogue. I mean, the whole situation was so crummy. Then I saw the time. I'd have to be smart if I was going to get over to Crosby Hall for my audition. Listen, I've got to go now. Please don't jump or anything daft. Won't you come in? You could give me your hand. I'll help you. Hey? Well, look, I've got to go. I looked over my shoulder, around the flat. There were a few women's things about, flowers and that. I knew he was married. Where's your, wife?
Keep her away from me.
Yes. Okay, of course. Leave me alone! Look out, you'll fall!
Evening spot about an important morning food. We know your family is the number one family in your life. That's why we say it's important to give them South Africa's number one wheaten breakfast, Wheat Bix. There's whole wheat energy for the whole day in Wheat Bix. Wholesome Wheat Bix. Best-selling Wheat Bix. Essential Wheat Bix.
Ride high, walk tall. Come on up to Paul Revere country, where rich and mellow tobaccos reward like the wide outdoors. Paul Revere, the toasted cigarette that gives you real smoking pleasure. For rich, full flavor, get into the saddle with Paul Revere.
Yes, I've got a little boy. Martin. You? Is that why why you're doing this? Because of something wrong in your marriage?
No. This is a protest against the rising cost of living and starvation in China.
Hey?
What do you think?
Something wrong in your marriage?
Get out of my flat.
Yes. Well, you see, I've got to go anyway. Look, I'll come back.
I won't be here then.
Look, let me help you. Let me tell someone or something. Don't do this to me. It's not fair.
What the blazes has it got to do with you?
Well, I saw you from down there. I mean, I couldn't just... Well, I had to.
Public-spirited, aren't you?
No, not particularly, no. But, look, I don't know you. You don't know me. After today, we'll probably never see one another again, and...
That's the truest thing you've said yet.
Sure. But what I mean, if you can just talk a bit, well, with a stranger, it might help. And then, well, if you still feel the same way...
What?
Well, I mean, I suppose you better jump, hadn't you? I looked at the time, and even if I had wings, I couldn't have got to Crosby Hall then. If I left right away, I'd be late, but I could get over that. Suddenly, I felt an awful lot of antagonism. I began to curse this bloke in my mind for choosing just the minute I was passing to stand up there on that ledge like a stupid idiot. And if that's the way people want to go, they should do it quietly without any fuss, not make themselves the responsibility of a complete stranger. Just give it a go. Tell me. Huh?
Usual thing. Usual dreary business. Nothing new. Another man.
Oh.
5 years. I thought you'd been happy. I found out. He wasn't the first one. Began almost right away. There've been about 6 of them. I must have been blind.
Yes. Well, that's tough. But they're not all like that. I mean, well, Divorce. Start all over again. She's not worth bashing your brains out for, is she?
How do you know? You never met Claire.
Well, no, but... Who?
My wife. You've never met her. She's beautiful. A little... dirty little...
You see, reason told me the whole world was full of Claires. It was just a coincidence. I told myself this, but I knew in my heart, and suddenly I knew, too, that I was never going to play Paul Friday in Water's Edge. I was never going to get to that audition. I began to hate myself for looking up and seeing that geezer on the ledge. I knew, too, that I was going to be lumbered with him till either he jumped or I could persuade him to come in. I knew, too, that if he did jump, I was as good as a murderer. The world is full of Claires, but the one he was talking about was the one I was thinking of, and even then I remember feeling angry about what he'd said about there being 6 of them. I was just another one on the end of the queue. Suddenly I felt ever so sorry for this bloke.
Got a cigarette?
No, I don't smoke.
There's some inside there, on the dresser. Could you?
Yes, okay. You won't do anything while I...
No, no, I won't. Not for a minute.
Not for a minute? All right. I fiddled about inside and found the fags. I saw the photograph on the piano, too. Even now, after all these years, I sometimes find myself dreaming of that gorgeous little thing. About 5'1" she was, with a figure like one of those girls you see in film magazines or on the front of record covers. Unbelievable. Claire. What a rotten, lousy coincidence. I saw a coat of hers I recognized slung over the back of a chair. Suddenly I felt terribly sick. If she'd come in, I think I'd have throttled her and then gone and pushed her husband off this ruddy ledge just to be done with the whole thing. She didn't come in, though. I lighted a cigarette and passed it out to him.
Don't try anything. Don't try grabbing me, chum. If you do, I'll pull you with me.
Oh, I wouldn't like that. Here.
Thanks.
So, your wife's played fast and loose, so you're thinking of doing away with yourself. I don't think that's a good enough reason.
Did I ask what you thought?
No.
Well, shut up, then. Thought you had an appointment.
I've missed it.
My sincere apologies. The last one was an actor.
Eh? Last? Oh, Claire.
An actor? That's an insult for a start.
Oh, I don't know. Some actors do pretty well. TV, films, that, you know.
What do you do?
Me? I'm in insurance. You'd be more comfortable sitting in here smoking that fag. Why don't you? He didn't say anything for a bit then. I felt pretty stupid. I didn't know what to do. Then I saw he was crying, and I started to be frightened. For a bit, when he was getting sarcastic on that, I thought he might chuck the whole thing and come in. But he was obviously getting all bitter again. And I should imagine that's when you do something without thinking. Then I looked down and saw the little crowd of people below, and I knew that there wasn't a lot of time left. Little black figures were running about down there and waving their arms and that. There were a couple of cars there, too. I thought he'd be all right for a second or two, so I ducked in and locked the door, just to be on the safe side. I went back to the window and looked out again. Where the... No! Why? You... Oh... He'd crossed over in front of the window to the left-hand side of it. I thought he'd jumped. Oh, you're the comedian, aren't you? Funny. Ha ha! Well, why the ruddy heck don't you jump then? Go on, don't promise us all. Jump! He looked as if he hated me for a minute, then suddenly he went all sort of stiff, and he looked as if he was crying again, and I realized he really did mean it. Not like a lot of people who do that sort of thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, please won't you come in? This is ruddy stupid, this whole business. Don't do this for a woman. The world's full of things to do. Don't kill yourself for a lousy woman. And believe me, I really said that word lousy as if I meant it. There were more people scurrying about down below. He saw them too. Looked sort of pleased in a sick kind of way. Somehow I knew it wouldn't be long then. So, how about it? What? Coming in. Goodbye. Listen! Don't be so stupid! He flicked away his cigarette then and pressed his hands against the wall behind him. I felt more frightened than I'd ever been before in the whole of my life. And suddenly, too, I thought of something else. I was the other man in this affair, although he didn't know that. It was going to look a bit awkward, wasn't it? Me, the chap his wife was going about with, up here with him, and he jumps out and kills himself. I could see the whole court business. Ah, but did he jump? The man's knuckles went sort of white, and I knew he was pressing to get leverage, and I stretched quickly as far as I dared and got hold of him. Look, stop it! You'll have me out and all! Leave it! I'd had it then. I had to get the beggar in. Wasn't going to stand up at all, not in court afterwards. An unwanted husband decides to do away with himself, and the other man, the third member of the triangle, tries to stop him. Oh, do me a favor. His foot slipped, and for a moment I had the whole weight of him on one arm, and I thought I was going to lose him. But I got my other arm out, too, and got him under the chin. Somebody was doing their night outside the door. It'd be only a minute or two, and they'd be in, I reckoned. I wanted them in there, and suddenly I realized he was trying to tear himself away from me and go over the edge. He really was sincere, after all. I couldn't pull him in on my own. There wasn't room enough for anybody else to get there. I needed his help. He had to want to come in. It was a good idea, and it worked, too. Listen, you're Godfrey Jenkins, aren't you? And Claire's your wife. I know her. I'm the bloke she's been going round with. I'm the actor. Let go of me. You liar! 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 I'm Tony Watson. It's not every woman in London that's got a birthmark shaped like on her thigh. Boy, is she hot stuff. Hey, hold for it. Do it. No. Over the top. Shut up. It worked anyway. He came up over that window ledge as if it was the only thing in the world he wanted to do was to kill me. He nearly made it, too. I remember there were about 3 policemen and half a dozen other odd bods in the room, and it took all of them to pull him off me.
Right guard, new deodorant, right guard, new deodorant makes good sense not to give offense like now. Like now. Like now.
2-second spray guards you right all day.
Right guard.
Nothing got to touch you but the spray itself.
Right guard.
Everyone can use it and you feel real good.
Right guard.
Better get right guard soon.
Now tell me you didn't make it all up.
Eh? Oh, no, honest, straight up. True as I'm on this bus.
Just like that. You saved his life, then. I mean, what a crazy coincidence. So, what happened?
Oh, we were carted off for questioning and everything. He was taken to hospital then and given a sedative or something, and, well, it didn't get into the papers, and that was a miracle I reckoned I deserved. Vera never found out. I met him afterwards, Godfrey thing. He was quite decent about it. Embarrassed, of course, but he thanked me because he really was going to take that high dive that morning. Makes you all sort of religious, really, doesn't it? Because I was obviously meant to be passing at that time, and I was meant to look up.
Did he patch it up with Claire?
No, they got divorced, and he cleared off to Canada. Never heard of either of them since. Let's have another beer.
It's nearly 12 o'clock.
Hey? Oh, blimey. Another appointment I've missed.
Never mind. Too late now. Same again?
Yeah, okay. So, you're okay with Vera, and everything's all right, yeah?
Oh, I've never been happier. Oh, I thought I'd chuck the theatre and become a new person altogether. No more dramas, faithful husband, little house, nice kids, no more Claires.
2 more pints, please. Tell me, what was this birthmark she had, Claire had on her...
It was shaped just like a question mark. Just here on her right thigh. She was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in the whole of my life.
Suspense. Adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
I don't know whether I'd have gone into the Sailor's Rest if I'd seen its proprietress. Before I saw the grimy card with its scrawled "Clark wanted" in the window. But perhaps I would. A man with less than a shilling in his pocket and little chance to add to that can't hesitate too much. Still, there was something about Mrs. Manifold. Something you could feel but hardly put into words. I never saw anyone so fat. Though she was a short woman, she weighed over 300 pounds. It was easy to understand why she preferred to keep to her own room on the 4th floor, a gable room. Mrs. Manifold. Oh, I can see her now. Her fat fingers, her little tiny eyes. And I'm still frightened, just of the memory of her. And to this day, I cannot abide the smell of Madeira wine.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected, life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Ever been a clerk before, Mr. Robinson?
No, but I can read and write. I can add figures, too, if it comes to that.
Perhaps we shall see, Mr. Robinson. Your duties will be simple. You know what an innkeeper's clerk must do. Make him sign the register, Mr. Robinson. Sometimes there's reason to avoid it. Once a week, you'll bring the register up to me. I wish to examine it. The money will be deposited every week to my account at the Brisley Bank, whenever and as soon as it collects to £50. I'm never at home to anyone. I only come down here once a week. Some weeks I don't come down at all. I just stay up in my quarters. You can begin now.
Of the rooms are occupied at 6 shillings the night, 6 for day and night. There aren't any rates for the week. Don't need them. Hope you're happy here, mister. Lobby's got to be closed every night at 9 o'clock. Anyone comes home after that, and they all do, you got to come and open up for them. I've been working here for a long time. You will get used to out-of-sort habits. Now, if you'd like to come with me, I'll introduce you to the ones what runs the kitchen. And the daughter there's got to be kept shut. Mr. Claytor was tall and thin and grey, with the expression of a very tired Great Dane. Probably there's
Nothing so tiring as the position as clerk in a shabby hole-in-the-corner inn, which seems designed to attract only the dregs of mankind. Work at the Sailor's Rest was monotonous, even when there were books to be read. The only way in which the pattern was broken was the weekly trip to Mrs. Manifold's room. Every time she would take the register and examine the new names.
Ronald Jensen. Now, what's he like? Is he a tall man or is he short?
Tall, thin, sandy red hair. He's got a wooden leg. Wears a moustache. Last sailed on the Lofoten out of Oslo.
Frederick Schwartz, then. What's he like?
Short, fat. Looks like a German burgomaster. Red cheeks, blue eyes. Last sailed on the Stresemann out of Hamburg.
Good gracious, Mr. Robinson. You should have been a policeman. I admire the quality of your observations.
I wouldn't say that she liked the examination of the register each week. She was anxious to go through it and would never dream of missing the task. But it was always with an obvious sigh of relief that she concluded this little chore. I had no idea why the register had to be gone through once every 7 days. Once, she was quite talkative. She didn't speak a lot. But I learned quite a bit about her, standing there before her in a gabled room.
Oh, yes, I've seen more than walking, I can tell you. Oh, yes. I kept a place in Singapore once, you know. Ran it with my husband.
Where's Mr. Manifold now, then? Still in...
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, Mr. Robinson. Nobody. Madonna, in the brigland, the first mate's brains of land. We'll sail the 7 seas, lad, and make them all our own.
Oh, that's the thing Mrs. Manifold's always singing, isn't it?
You know, see the man what come in today, did you?
Police, wasn't he?
Yeah. You know then? How? How'd you know what he was?
Well, you told me.
Makes sense.
They're always coming looking for people here, aren't they?
On an average once a fortnight, yeah. You see, sometimes people from here walk out and never come back. We have to store all their baggage against their return. And sometimes that doesn't happen. Things happen in folks. Things take place. Nobody never finds out. Robbery, sudden death, suicide sometimes. Don't go outside on foggy nights, Mr. Robinson.
I wonder why Mrs. Manifold left Singapore to come to Wapping. Funny thing to do, leave a wonderful place like Singapore for Wapping.
Ever been to Singapore?
No.
How'd you know it's wonderful then? Hey? Tell me that then, eh? Ah.
Well, that sounds wonderful, Singapore.
So does plum pudding sound wonderful, but it ain't. Fills you up. Gives you wind, plum pudding does. Can't stand talking to you all day, and neither could you.
And so time passed at the Sailor's Arms. Why had Mrs. Manifold left Singapore to come to London? She made sly remarks, sometimes about her reduced station in life. Yet she need not have been in Wapping. Her balance at the bank was always written in 5 figures. In ready funds alone, she was worth as much as £50,000.
Mr. Robinson.
Oh,
sorry. Was you dreaming?
Here. I forgot to tell you when you come here first. Mrs. Manifold says you aren't to drink wine. No wine in the house, she says. It's the rule of the sailor's rest. Wine she cannot abide.
Well, I'm not much of a drinker. Does that mean I couldn't, even if I wanted to, drink?
No, not wine. Ale, yes.
Oh, I see. Just
whiskey, yes. Gin, if you like. Vermouth, certainly. Whatever you wishes. But no wine.
Sailor's rest, huh? You got a room?
There's a room, yes. The night?
Not much like the look of the place.
Well, there's nowhere else. At least not close by.
Just in on Malaya out of Singapore. Name's Joshua Bennington.
American?
Born there. Spent most of my life in Singapore.
Oh, Singapore, eh? Ever heard of Mrs. Ambrose Manifold?
Heard of her? Heard? Mister, there was a woman. Big enough for half a dozen women. Never been as good a house in Singapore since she lit out for parts unknown.
Well, why did she leave?
Oh, who knows? Women don't do things sensible, mister. She was making money faster than they could spend it. Then Amby ran out on her, and she closed up her place, and off she went. Biggest thing I ever seen to drop out of sight like that.
What happened to him?
Nobody knows that, mister. They didn't get along too well sometimes. Amby liked to drink, but he was a wine drinker in Singapore. He could get 6 stewed on wine faster than you could say Jack Robinson. Nobody knows how he ran out on her. Did, though. Took along the biggest cask of wine they had in the cellar, too. The way she watched him and all, he was sly and fast to get out, and with the wine, too. Nobody ever saw him go. With the cask of wine, he hauled out bold as brass. He'd made up his mind, mister, and so would you if you ever saw Mrs. Manifold. Well, can you show me the room?
Certainly.
Yeah. Oh, fattest thing I ever saw move. What could a man do with a woman as fat as that, eh, mister? Oh, fat.
Joshua Bennington. Mr. Robinson. Well built with a brown beard, was he? From Singapore, too.
Yes, that's right. Beard, brown, American.
One night, too, midweek. Oh, too bad. Why didn't you let me know?
Well, I had no idea you'd want to know. I mean, I'll bring the book up each week, but I didn't know that you'd want to...
Oh, yes, true. Singapore, though. I'd like to have talked to him. I'd really like to have had a word or two with him.
There was a strange expression in her eyes. Triumph, amusement, regret. All these were there. Or were they only reflections from my own imagination? It was difficult to tell with Mrs. Manifold. But the trembling in her great body continued for a long time. And I was anxious to get away, out of that gable room, to escape the burden of her eyes. 3 days later, something changed in that old inn. Change was in Mrs. Manifold, too. And it happened after the empty 7th room was filled. He came in just before closing time. A small man with a limp, his hat pulled down low, his face all muffled up against the fog. He was wet with it, the fog. And inside he was wet with wine. He reeked of it. The sickly smell of sweet wine hung about him like a cloud. Good evening, sir. Number 7 left, sir. Would it be for the night or longer? It's a wet night, sir. Thank you. Third floor back, sir. Last door. It's standing open. Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira.
Yes, who's that?
It's Robinson, Mrs. Manifold. You told me if we ever got anybody else from Singapore...
Come in. Let me see.
And then she saw. Her dark-skinned face went pale. And if she trembled before, she shook now. A great, obscene shaking animating that mass of flesh. Seems to be the same name as your own.
What's he like?
Well, short, small man with a limp.
Where is he?
In number 7, just under you.
I want to see him.
Now?
Now, Mr. Robinson.
I went down the stairs and knocked on the door of number 7. There was no answer. I tried the door and it was open. I went in after calling his name. He wasn't there. The room was empty. Empty, that is, of human occupation. But it was alive with the rich headiness of wine, a sickening sweetness, cloying and repelling. There was no sign that the bed had been touched. I returned to Mrs. Manifold.
Well?
I can't find him. I tried his room, but he's gone.
Mr. Robinson, have you been drinking?
No. No, the smell comes from... well, it's from him. He's been drinking. Madeira, I think, or something just about as heavy. Sweet port. Or... Hmm? What?
Do you hear someone singing, Mr. Robinson?
I can't say as I do.
It goes like this. Oh, the captain's in, the brig lads, the first mate's brains are blown. We'll sail the 7 seas, lads, and make them all our own.
No.
Let me know when you see him again, Mr. Robinson. And Mr. Robinson, get that smell of wine out of this house.
But I couldn't get rid of the wine smell. Open all the doors and windows as I would, I couldn't get that smell out. There seemed nothing to do but live with it. Had I seen Mr. Manifold? Yes. I saw him. I talked with him. Didn't I? He signed the register, Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira, didn't he? Mrs. Manifold wasn't the same.
More terrible.
Well, there's no jokes now. I mean, when I take the book up to her to read, I mean, not that there ever were jokes, just a sort of sly humor.
Oh, she's sly. Yes. And there's these footsteps she's hearing. You know what I think?
Footsteps?
Yeah, you know what I think?
What kind of footsteps?
You know what I think? I think she's gone off her head. I reckon she's lost her bacon.
Footsteps?
She hears them all the time, she says.
What? I mean, is there someone walking about? I mean, somebody making them, the steps?
Her mind's diseased, completely diseased. Who knows whether anyone's making steps or not? No one. She's too fat, that's what it is, Mr. Robinson. When a soul reaches her weight, it's a strain on the heart, and all the blood rushes right up into the head and...
Mrs. Manifold had changed. There was a greater furtiveness about her, an unmistakable grimness. Every time I looked at her, I couldn't help myself thinking of death and then fear of death. Being with her for any length of time at all was the most horrible because she kept catching her breath and listening. And there was nothing to listen to. Or was there? Shh.
Listen.
What is it, Mrs. Manifold?
Nothing. Mr. Robinson, I wish you'd do your job properly and rid this house of the wine smell.
I've tried, Mrs. Manifold. I'm afraid it's not possible.
Not possible?
No, I'm afraid you'll have to take the whole place to pieces. Strip the wallpaper of the walls even. And even then
Reminds me of my late husband, you see. And
the wine?
Always the wine, never tending to business. That was Ambrose, and the women, too, never could leave them alone. I gave him wine. More than he could drink.
Will that be all, Mrs. Manifold?
What? Oh, yes. Don't forget the book next week, and if somebody comes from Singapore...
Yes, of course. She told me about her husband and his weakness for women a score of times. She told it in exactly the same words, never varying. She was like a mechanical gnome that knows one combination of words and one only. She was always listening. I can still hear her voice complain about the stench of wine, the nauseating sweetness of that cloying odor brought into the Sailor's Rest on that fateful night of fog. One night, I awoke out of my sleep, and the smell of wine was thick enough to choke me.
I'll sail the seven seas land until I find home. Oh, the old man's in the deep land. The madam's packed and flown.
I wondered, did she hear it then? Hear what she'd waited to hear? Nothing happened for a little time. The house was the stillest I'd ever known it. And then all that horrible silence was shattered.
Mr. Robinson!
Yes?
Mr. Robinson!
Just a minute.
Did you hear it? You hear it, did you? What's up? What do you reckon's up then, Mr. Robinson? With her up there, eh?
Well, let's go and see. Mrs. Manifold? Mrs. Manifold? Mrs... Mrs. Manifold was dead, choked to death. She lay there on the floor with her black satin dress ripped down one side and her white flesh poking out from the tear. All over the room was a smell of sweet wine so thick that it seemed there was no air left, only that sickening smell. And there was something else, too. Something that shouldn't have been. Something nobody could explain. There were bones scattered in the room. Human bones. A man's bones. And sharp, deep marks in Mrs. Manifold's throat where she'd been choked. And pieces of cloth in a battered old hat that I'd seen once before on a night when the fog was yellow, in the light at the desk of the Sailor's Rest. There was nothing Scotland Yard could say to explain all that. No, there was nothing to tell them that Mrs. Manifold had killed her husband and put his body in that cask of wine and had it carried far out to sea. Waited, perhaps, to sink until time and the tide carried it far from Singapore. Just as whatever it was that came into the Sailor's Rest that foggy night put it down in the register. Ambrose Manifold, late of Singapore, out of Madeira.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
One of the most celebrated families in England is haunted not by a ghost, but by a ghost story. This family has given many noble sons to the service of the country, statesmen, public benefactors, soldiers, and legal men. Let's call them the Pentons, though that's not really their name, of course. A noble family whose family escutcheon was blotted badly back in the 18th century by the black sheep of the Pentons, Tom by name. And it was Tom who was carried off finally by a veiled female phantom. And today, people still inquire about this wraith-like lady. Was it really a ghost who put an end to the career of the bad Lord Panton? Or is there another explanation?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
Tom's notorious career began at an early age, while still a schoolboy at Eton.
The boy with the most startling range of knowledge and accomplishment.
Well, sir, is that not something to be commended? The purpose of education, I've always assumed,
is to broaden a boy's knowledge and add to his accomplishments. I agree with you, sir, but much of the knowledge acquired by your son hardly comes within our curriculum at Eton. Gypsies, for instance.
Gypsies?
Yes, he's on the most intimate terms with them.
Really?
And some people may wonder where gypsies go in the winter. Not your son. He knows. And you and I, sir, know that prize fighters exist, but your son talks to them in their own jargon.
You're a healthy masculine trait, Doctor. A shade unconventional, I'll admit.
Oh, your son is nothing if not masculine, Lord Tanton. For a boy of 15 to be so well informed about the more voluptuous aspects of the feminine figure, one can only assume...
Eh?
Exactly, my lord.
At the age of 17, he went shooting with his father in Scotland. But the game he stalked covered a wider field than his father had intended.
Tom, I want to talk to you.
Something wrong, Father?
Douglas, the gamekeeper. He's come to me with complaints.
Oh? What cause should he have to complain?
It seems he has an 18-year-old daughter.
Oh, yes, indeed he has. And a wife who looks like the girl's elder sister. That's too good for the fellow, both of them.
Sir, that's hardly for you to say.
Oh, but it is, Father, believe me.
Those two women, sir.
Are interesting, Father, most interesting to a curious man.
Curious?
I've made observations, Father, on Scottish ladies. They are well-built and handsome, also kind and gentle. It is their general character to be free with their favours before marriage and extremely sparing with them afterwards.
Sir!
So why should Douglas come to you with complaints? Jealousy, I suppose.
17 years old?
At 21, young Tom's reputation had become a byword. By the time he'd finished with Oxford, the stories whispered about him were no longer youthful high spirits. There were whispers of a tragedy, hushed up, darkly hinted at. He became engaged, at his father's wish, to Anne Peel, daughter of a general. But his own inclinations led him elsewhere.
Tell me about your husband, Valerie.
You know my husband.
Well, not as well as you do. My father speaks well of him.
Huxford is a worthy man.
Oh, these worthy men are the plague of my life.
How then?
Well, forever I must be consoling their wives. Can no one point out to them the fault lies in their worthiness?
Sir, I'm a burden to you.
Oh, no, not you, my sweet. It's others I'm talking of.
You me?
I insulting.
Bragging of others at a time like this.
Oh, no, not bragging. A plague on all the others. Oh, Valerie. Valerie, you are the woman I've been seeking all my life.
All your life? Oh, come now.
Now, don't laugh at me.
All your life at, what, 23?
Yes, 23. Sometimes I think my life is over already. Well, I could be beyond redemption, Valerie. Unless you save me.
My poor wild boy. What are you talking about?
If I told you, you'd be afraid of me.
Is it the girl at Oxford? The one who worked in the tavern?
What do you know of that?
Just the whispers one hears.
Yes, we'll not talk of that now. Oh, Valerie.
A minute ago, I was the one you were seeking.
It's you that I'm forever seeking, but you're beyond me with your husband and your children.
And Anne Peel? What about her? Your betrothed.
Anne? Well, she's impossible. Oh, I'll own that the lady is both amiable and beautiful, but she's cold as an anchorite. She may make a tame husband a good wife, but she's not the kind of lady to handle a wild and amorous one. Oh, Valerie, my love.
Tom, you know I love you, but what is there for us?
Oh, leave Huxford, that worthy man.
And if I left him, what of us in the future? I'm 10 years older than you, Tom.
You'll never be any different to me.
I wonder, shall you say that to me in 10 years' time?
Valerie, if you'd save me...
What is it?
Who is she? Who is that woman?
Woman? What woman? Where?
Well, don't you see her? Her face is veiled, but...
My dear, you're ill.
Ill? Yes, perhaps I am. I so shouldn't be imagining veiled women in the half-light in the shadows of the room. But I didn't imagine it.
Tom, we're alone.
Oh, yes, we are now. What day is this?
Day?
Yes, day of the year, the month.
The 9th day. The 9th day of July.
Yes, I thought it was. I had to be sure.
Tom.
It was the 9th day of July last year that she died because of me, that girl at Oxford.
Tom, you didn't think it was she. That you saw...
No. The one I saw was tall and slim and beautiful.
You said she was veiled.
Well, veiled or not, I sensed her beauty. It was because of what happened a year ago this day.
You saw no one. You're overstrained. There was no one. You understand?
Yes. But that wasn't the last of her. One day she'll come again.
And at the risk of appearing old-fashioned, the simple fact is that you brought disgrace on the family.
Oh, come now, Father.
I've borne with your behavior and tried to excuse it. I called it sportiveness, youthful high spirits, when all the time I knew otherwise. I defended you before others, but I couldn't deceive myself.
This family is steeped in public-spirited morality.
What's that?
Stodgy and petrified. One of us had to break out sometime. Do the family good.
The girl at Oxford. That will do the family good?
It's not fair to bring that up against me.
They found her drowned.
Well, I didn't drown her.
You made love to her, then deserted her. Isn't that true?
What else did she expect? She worked in the tavern.
Perhaps you can't be blamed entirely. Young men commit indiscretion.
Am I to be haunted by it all my life?
What concerns me now is your current disgraceful behavior.
Disgraceful?
It's no wonder that Anne has broken off her engagement to you.
Never had I any desire to marry her. It was your wish, Father, not mine.
The daughter of one of my oldest friends.
Well, that's hardly a reason for marriage between me and his daughter.
This flagrant affair between you and a married woman, the mother of two young girls.
But Huxford would set her free.
There will be no question of that. You will leave England. You understand?
Banishment, Father?
If you choose to call it that.
It's not what I choose.
The family has been embarrassed too much. Work out your youthful follies somewhere else, not in England. Return when you can conduct yourself as a Panton.
Very well. I shall do as you wish, Father.
Tom Panton carried out his father's wishes with spectacular zeal. During the next 2 years, he painted black blots on the escutcheons of many fine families in such cities as Paris, Berlin, Milan, and Venice. He fought duels. He gambled extravagantly. Finally, it was the death of his mother that brought him back to England. When the good lady had been laid to her final rest, he once more sought out Valerie Huxford.
Tom, you mustn't see me.
You agreed to this meeting.
Yes, but only to tell you that it must be our last.
And this is hardly what I expected.
Tom, dear, please listen to me.
And I am listening.
You left England 2 years ago because of the scandal that threatened to engulf
That weighed so strongly with you, Valerie. Malicious tongues meant more to you than our love.
I have my daughters to think of.
Thought for your maternal duties comes a little late, it seems to me.
But not too late. Tom, I was swept away by your passion, but it was wrong.
Was it?
Huxford has forgiven me. I do my best now to make him a good wife.
How touching.
I had no other choice. From what I've heard, you've not behaved exactly like a broken-hearted man these past 2 years.
Look, I've behaved as I've done to try to blot out the memory of you. But I've never succeeded. You've always come back to my mind, the unattainable. Oh, Valerie.
No, Tom, please. Don't make it harder for me. I'm doing my duty. I'm living my life in the only way I can.
Very well, Mistress Huxford, so be it. Live your life according to your duty, and I'll live mine in the only way open to me. Your servant, Mom.
Back once more to the continent of Europe. The life of the libertine, the duelist, the gambler. The years went by and left their mark on the handsome features of Tom Panton and upon his soul. Then came a night in an hotel in Marseille. With him in the parlor was Charles Meade, who'd been his companion in much of his profligate living.
Oh, Charlie, I'm at my wit's end. Somehow my debt to Travancore has to be paid. Well, I've scared the others off by twirling a dueling pistol in front of them, but not Travancore.
There's just one possibility, Tom.
There is?
I'll try Marguerite.
You mean you can borrow money from her?
I'll try.
Oh, you're a good friend, Charlie.
Stay there till I get back. Not too much brandy, Tom.
Well, the bottle's not empty yet. Go along, man. I'll be here.
The candle guttered, casting weird shadows in the dingy parlor. Tom sat at the table, bowed down with the burden of a life he detested, but which had become part of him now, eating into his soul. And then he started. He was no longer alone.
I knew I'd find you one day. I saw you for a moment in England years ago, but then it was only a vision. Now you're real. The woman I've been seeking who'll bring me peace. Come, lift your veil. Let me see your face. Oh, but please, let me see you.
Tom?
Where is she? Where has she gone? Charlie, did you see her?
I saw no one.
Oh, she was here. She was here, the veiled lady.
What veiled lady?
I'll never know peace till I find her again.
Time passed. Death came to Lord Panton, and Tom returned to England to succeed to his father's title and settle finally in London. The veiled lady of the shadows remained in his mind. Whether she was real or a phantom, Tom couldn't be sure, even in the secret places of his own soul. The passing of time brought other changes. Valerie Huxford, uncertain, tentative, called on the new Lord Panton in his London home.
It's been a long time, Tom.
8 years since last we met.
Much has happened since then.
Has it, Valerie? That's all of one's point of view. To me, everything's happened and nothing.
I thought you'd have married by now.
Can you see me in that role?
You said once a woman might have saved you.
Saved me from what? I'm answerable to no one now, Valerie. My father, heaven rest his worthy soul, has gone to his reward. The family name is in my care. Do you not find me a worthy custodian of the Panton name?
It's not for me to judge.
You find me changed.
We're both changed.
Well, nothing stands still.
Tom, I'm a widow now.
Yes, I know.
You'd heard?
Oh, yes, I heard that the worthy Huxford had left us.
Oh, I thought perhaps...
I thought what, Valerie?
That you might have come to see me, knowing I was a widow.
Oh, yes, I should have sent you condolences. It was remiss of me.
Is that all?
Oh, should there be something more?
Now I must humble myself.
Whatever for?
Tom, we were in love, you and I. Do I have to remind you? The passion, the wild, stolen love that might have sent our lives up in flames.
But it didn't, my dear. Duty prevailed. How long ago was that, Valerie? 10 years? Oh, so it was. 10 long years ago.
I remember what you said. You'll never be any different to me. And I said, say that to me in 10 years' time.
Oh, there you see how wise you were.
I should have known better than to come here today.
Oh, but it's always good to see old friends. Well, tell me, your daughter, the eldest one, Jocelyn, how old is she now?
19.
Oh, a woman. She beautiful?
Yes, quite.
19. I'd like to see her.
I'll go now. I won't bother you any more.
Your other daughter, Margaret.
Margaret is 17.
You know, I should do something for them, introduce them to the ways of society, don't you think?
Would you call my carriage?
Charlie Meade said he saw you the other day.
Yes. We talked about you.
He's a good fellow, Charlie. Not stable, of course, but what's one to expect? Oh, Valerie, I'll tell you what. Now, this weekend I'll give a party. You and your lovely daughters will be my guests.
No, thank you.
But I insist. And after all, I must do something for your daughters, Valerie. You could almost say it was my duty.
But, Tom, this weekend I'm giving a party. I wanted you to come.
And so I shall, Charlie.
Well, if you're having a party here...
But that will be Friday night. By Saturday night, I shall be with you in Dartford with the widow and her 2 beauteous daughters. Doesn't that please you?
Tom, they're Valerie's daughters. Don't you think...
Don't preach at me. Doesn't come well from you.
All right, Tom.
I have to fill my life. Fill it with whatever comes my way until...
Until what? Will you find her again?
Find who?
The veiled lady.
Oh, no. She'll find me in the end. Well, expect us, Charlie. We'll be with you on Saturday night.
Tom.
Oh, Valerie, you're not enjoying yourself?
Come away from this crowd. I want to talk to you.
Leave my guests, my friends.
Do as I say.
Carry on with the party. The night is young.
In here, where we can be private.
Well, Widow Huxford?
Do as you please with the light women that come your way, but not my daughters.
Jocelyn is a warm-blooded wench, I'm ready to wager. She'd have her mother's blood in her, that one.
To think that you were once a man who spoke of seeking salvation in a woman. The ideal, the unattainable.
Seek it still.
Look at yourself in a glass. Is this where your seeking has brought you? You're depraved beyond redemption.
Late that night, alone in his bedroom, the door locked behind him, Tom Panton brooded on his past, his present, his future. The shadows in the room seemed to move darkly around him like living things, or ghosts. Ghosts from the wretched years he'd lived.
She's brought me face to face with my life. Depraved, beyond redemption. She's right. This has been the final monstrosity. To think of her daughter in that way. Valerie's daughter. If I've come to that, it's time an end was reached.
Yes, Tom. Time indeed.
You're here. You've come.
Didn't you know that I would, in the end?
Oh, yes, always. I've dreamed about you, but you've always been beyond my reach. Oh, now you're here at last to save me.
To bring you peace, Tom.
Well, I've seen you before when my life has been at its lowest ebb. But this is the moment of truth, and you haven't failed me. Lift your veil so I can see your face.
There'll be time enough for that.
You will bring me peace?
in the only way you can know it. I've come to tell you, you'll die, Tom.
Die?
Prepare yourself.
I'll have a few months. A year, perhaps.
Only a day. Tomorrow night, at this time. That is all the time you have.
Please don't go. Come back. One day only. Tomorrow night. Well, madam, now we shall have the truth of it. Last night you were here in this room.
Hardly.
Oh, yes, you were. I've had time to think about it. Through the dark hours before dawn. It's perfectly obvious in the light of day. Charlie Meade told you about that, didn't he?
About what?
That I saw her again years ago, I must say, or thought I saw her. That veiled woman I saw that night with you. Oh, thought I saw her.
You saw her again last night in this room?
No, madam, I saw you. To revenge yourself upon me, you came in here in the darkness with your face veiled, taking advantage of my distress, trying to frighten my life away. Well, you won't succeed.
Tom, look at the door.
The door?
You see? The key is in the lock on this side. You retired in anger last night, shouting that you were locking your door against everyone. Is that what you did?
Yes, I did. And this morning that door was still locked. With the key on this side as I'd left it.
So, I could not have entered.
And she was here.
Nonsense. Do you imagine...
No. This time she spoke. Her words were quite clear. Valerie, you won't leave me here today. You'll stay with me, you and your girls. Promise me.
You want us to?
Oh, yes. You'll be my safeguard against her. Well, with you here, it can't happen.
But what of Dartford? Charlie Meade?
No, not now. I must stay here to see it through. The only way I can be free of this haunting. If you stay with me, I'll live through it.
Tom, what did she say?
She said that I'll die tonight. But not if you're here. You'll be my protection. And then tomorrow, when the danger's past, then we'll go to Charlie's.
Charles Meade at Dartford had a house full of guests that day. Hourly, he expected the arrival of his friend Tom Panton, accompanied by Mrs. Huxford and her daughters. But they didn't come. Soon after midnight, Meade retired to his bed. Sometime later, he awoke with a start. A clock was chiming the hour.
Who's there? Who is it?
Oh, so you've turned up at last, Tom. Oh, not before time either. Well, thank you for letting me know you're here. Well, you didn't really have to wake me at this hour. What's the matter with you? Well, all right, if you're playing a game, it's gone far enough. Oh, man, don't stand there like a ghost.
It's all over with me, Charlie.
Tom. For the love of heaven. Tom!
Next day, by coach, Mrs. Huxford hurried to Dartford. She was received by a white-faced man still trembling from the experience of the night that had passed.
Valerie, you come alone?
Yes, I had to see you. No one else would believe the story.
Tom?
Yes. He's dead, Charlie. He died last night.
I know.
You know? Someone has been here before me.
I know from Tom himself.
Tom? But it isn't possible. He died last night in London, in his bed.
Tell me the way of it.
The house was quiet when his man heard a cry come from his room. He hurried there, but it was over. As he gazed at his master, he heard the clock strike the hour.
The hour of 2.
How can you know that?
Tom was quicker than you in letting me know it was over. His means of travel was less earthbound.
He said the veiled lady had come the night before to warn him. You believe this?
Why would I not believe it? When Tom himself appeared here minutes after the soul had left his body. And that hour will never pass.
Nonsense, Charlie. It's a bright, sunny morning. You see? 11 o'clock. Charlie, the clock struck 2.
I know. Ever since he came, every clock in the house, no matter what the hour, they all strike 2.
Did the veiled lady really exist? Was she perhaps the spectre of that girl who died at Oxford, as many people averred when the story became known? Or was she the unattainable woman that Tom Panton longed for and never found? And the riddle of the clocks? Who knows? But this we do know. Charles Meade entirely changed his way of life. Why? Because he'd received a warning from the uninvited?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
George Benedict had a planned destination. It was outside England, as well it might have been, all things considered. The further he went from England, the better for Mr. Benedict, you'd say, at that particular time. But Mr. Benedict was never able to leave England. It wasn't his fault, it just happened that way. When George Benedict left London by car on the evening of June the 21st, his primary destination was Southampton, from where, under an assumed name, he was to take passage by ship for distant parts. For reasons of his own, Mr. Benedict did not take the most direct route to Southampton. You could say that he wished to confuse the opposition. So he headed west, not south, and spent what remained of that night at Reading. When the opposition traced him there next morning, he'd already moved on, and the trail wasn't easy to follow.
But his name wasn't Benedict, sir. We did have a gentleman staying here last night, similar to the gentleman you've described.
And he arrived late at night? Probably around midnight?
Yes, sir, that's right. But his name was Mr. Fry.
Could I see your register?
Are you from the police, sir?
No, not from the police.
Oh, well then, why...
It's important that I should find this gentleman as soon as possible.
I wonder why he should be using a name other than his own.
He has misguided reasons for so doing. I want to save him from further trouble. There's nothing against your showing me the register, is there?
Oh, no, nothing, no. Oh, there you are, sir. The gentleman wrote his own name and address. H.S. Fry, Clanricarde Gardens, London, W2.
Neither of them true. But the handwriting belongs to George Benedict. Clanricarde Gardens. That wasn't clever of him.
No, sir?
But I don't wonder that it's on his mind. So many things must be weighing heavily on the mind of Mr. George Benedict. Of course, he didn't tell you where he was going from here.
No, sir, no.
No. And if he had, it wouldn't have been the truth.
But I did see him leaving.
You saw the road he took?
The South Road, towards Basingstoke and Winchester.
And Southampton.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
George Benedict, alias H.S. Fry, also to be known by another name before the day was over, didn't reach Southampton. He didn't even reach Winchester. Was it only by chance that he took a second wrong road?
Funny. I could have sworn I took the Southampton road. Oh, but I was equally sure the time before that, and I found I was wrong. Now, here I am, headed towards Salisbury. Well, why not? I've time up my sleeve. A more circuitous route, that's all. If anyone's interested in following me, they'll find it more confusing than ever. But why do I keep thinking of Amesbury? I've never been to Amesbury in my life. I can't get the place out of my mind. Why Amesbury?
Well, now, in case you don't know, Amesbury borders on Salisbury Plain, an area of rolling, chalky downs, practically treeless, sparsely populated. And not very far from Amesbury is an hotel. The hotel has been there for a long time and does not attract many visitors. But that evening, the landlord and his wife prepared to receive a guest.
Wilfred, do you think you could be wrong this time?
Oh, no. I'm not wrong.
But it's 7 o'clock.
I know.
Well, he's late arriving.
No, not really. This is the time he was to come, near to 7. He'll be here. You can be sure of that.
You haven't told me. Do you know who he is?
We never really know, do we? Until we see them.
Well, listen.
Yes, that will be our special guest.
What do you suppose he'll say?
Oh, what all the others have said, I expect. Isn't it always the same?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm looking for accommodation. Can you look after me?
Oh, certainly, sir. A room for one night.
What?
A room for one night. Isn't that what you want?
Why, yes, it is, but I don't remember saying so.
No, sir. Would you like to sign the register?
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr. Roger Crawford, Swiss Cottage, London. Have you more luggage, sir?
Not that I want to bring in. I suppose there's a garage or such like where my car can be locked up?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll take your bag up and show you to your room. Oh, my name is Wilfred Robarts, by the way. I'm the landlord, of course, and this is Letty, my wife.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
We'll be very glad to look after you.
You know, it's a funny thing.
Funny, sir?
Well, actually, I had no intention of coming here at all. I was going somewhere else.
Yes?
Well, the fact is, I kept seeing Amesbury. Everywhere I looked as I was driving, I kept seeing the name Amesbury written up somewhere. On signposts, hoardings. In the end, I just gave in and ended up here.
Well, it sometimes happens like that, sir. Every once in a while.
Yes. Well, now, am I too late for dinner?
Oh, no, sir. We've kept it back for you.
Kept it back?
In case someone should come, as you have.
Well, what about your other guests?
There are no others, sir. You're our only guest tonight.
Oh, just me, eh?
And now, if you'll come with me, I'll take you to your room. Room number 3, sir. It's waiting for you.
George Benedict, alias H.S. Fry, now calling himself Roger Crawford, didn't think there was anything unusual in the way Wilfred Robards had expressed himself, that the room was waiting for him. Of course, he didn't know about that room. It was waiting for him, just as it had waited for certain others before him. When Robards took him in there, he hesitated.
Something wrong, sir?
Well, I don't know. This room.
Yes, sir?
It's not exactly modern, is it?
No. But I believe it has an air about it. I always feel it has every time I come into it.
It depends what you mean by an air.
As you say, sir, it's not exactly modern. A sort of timelessness is what I'd call it. A room that's linked with the past.
Yes. It's extraordinary that it should have so many things the same.
The same, sir?
That red and white check pattern on the curtains. There was a bed-sitting room I knew in London at Notting Hill Gate that had the same curtains. But I expect it's a standard line of material, widely so.
Yes, sir.
That picture on the wall. The Balinese head. Funny that, it's modern. Out of key with the rest of the room. The same print is in a room with which I'm very well acquainted at Swiss Cottage.
In your own home, sir?
What?
I remember the address you wrote in the register. Swiss Cottage.
Oh, yes, that's right. You don't do very well here, do you, Mr. Robards?
Why should you say that, sir?
Well, it seems obvious if I'm your only guest.
That's true.
You know, what you need is a sharp, live wire attitude. A public relations setup that really works for you. Well, there are smart boys in London I could tell you about. They don't miss a trick. And you can't afford to, Robards. Not in this life.
What's that, sir?
You can't afford to miss a trick. Believe me, take it from one who knows. Miss a trick and you're knocked over in the stampede. They're walking on your face.
Yes, sir. I'm sure you're right.
But a place like this, maybe you could never do any better. Out of the way, Hole, isn't it?
I suppose it is, really. And yet...
Yes? You're going to say something?
Oh, it's not relevant, I suppose. You came here, sir?
Yes, that's right, I did. I'm hanged if I know why.
No, sir.
And that's not like me, Robards. I'm not in the habit of doing anything unless I have a good reason for it. But it seems somehow there was a reason for this.
But you just can't put your finger on it.
Now, how the devil do you know so much about the way I feel and think?
Oh, I don't, sir, not really. I was just, shall we say, finishing your sentence.
What do you mean, not really?
Sir?
You don't really know about the way I feel and think, do you, or don't you?
This is, as you say, an out-of-the-way place. Civilization, the world, you might say, is behind us. Ahead, there's nothing.
Nothing? Oh, you mean Salisbury Plain, an unpopulated wasteland?
Yes, sir. I expect that's what I mean.
Robards, you're very careful about your words, aren't you? You don't commit yourself at all.
I'm just trying to explain our position here, if you can understand me. You see, sir, we've become very conscious of it ourselves, as though we're something of a halfway house between this world and the next, if you care to put it that way.
I don't, if you don't mind.
No, sir, I don't mind. One becomes fanciful, I expect, living here with all that emptiness beyond. Oh, will there be anything else?
I'll be down for dinner in 15 minutes. Will that suit you?
Perfectly, sir. 15 minutes.
Oh, Wilfred.
I'm coming down, Letty.
Oh, what happened, Wilfred? When he saw the room?
We spoke about the curtains and the picture on the wall.
Yes?
He described the curtains as being a red and white check. And the picture, in his opinion, was a Balinese head. But you and I know that the curtains are a neutral color, without a pattern of any sort. And the picture is not a picture at all. It's an empty frame.
For Wilfred Robards and his wife Letty, it all had a pattern of inevitability about it. They had known that someone was coming to occupy room 3 that night, and it had turned out to be George Benedict, now calling himself Roger Crawford, who'd been at H.S. Fry the night before. Nothing surprised the Robards. But for George Benedict himself, it was oddly bewildering. He didn't know why he was there. But he was certainly had to be there. Very bewildering. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Well, not to him. When he came down to dinner, he was already well on the way to being distraught.
Mr. and Mrs. Robards,
Yes, sir?
Is there something wrong, Mr. Crawford?
That room.
Yes, sir?
Well, have you had a guest in it recently? A young woman from London?
Recently, Mr. Crawford?
What would you mean by recently?
Well, it couldn't have been within the last 3 weeks. And yet...
I don't believe we've had a young woman in number 3 recently. Have we, Letty?
No, not recently.
Oh, it must be imagination, then. But I could swear...
Yes, sir?
There seems to be a perfume. A distinctive perfume with which I'm acquainted.
Worn by a woman, sir?
Yes. Oh, but it's nothing. Forget it. It's just the association of the curtains. Curtains of that particular colour and pattern.
Oh, yes, you did mention that. A bed sitting room at Notting Hill Gate.
Well, a person's mind can run along certain lines. Physical sensations will follow. Imagined physical sensations. Oh, forget it. I shouldn't have mentioned it.
For dinner, sir, we have roast duckling with a rich orange sauce. Is that to your liking?
Oh, very much, Mrs. Robards.
First, perhaps some mushroom soup?
You are doing me proud.
Well, if you'll sit down, sir, I'll bring the soup.
I didn't expect such lavish treatment here on the edge of nowhere. Why, Robards?
Why?
I'm your only guest. You didn't know I was coming, yet you have a special dinner prepared. Roast duckling and orange sauce. Well, that isn't the sort of thing that just happens to be on hand in a lonely hotel on the edge of nowhere. Well, how does it come about that you had this kind of dinner prepared?
It was fortunate, sir, that the ingredients were here.
Excuse me, Mr. Crawford. Your soup is ready to serve.
And the duckling, Mrs. Robards? Is that ready to be served?
Yes, sir.
Well, you see, that's what I mean. I've only been here 20 minutes, yet an elaborate dish is already cooked and waiting to be served. It's as though you were expecting me.
But we've already explained that. We must always be prepared for the casual traveler, Mr. Crawford.
Yes, but...
Your soup, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you. It's pleasant down here. Very pleasant atmosphere.
Thank you, sir.
Not like that room upstairs. There's something there that... Robards, I'd like my room changed.
Changed?
And take the soup away, Mrs. Robards. I've had enough.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but it won't be possible to change your room now. You see, all the others are closed up. That's the only one available.
Oh. Tell me something, Robards.
Yes, sir?
Has anything unusual ever happened in that room?
Not in the time I've been here, sir. Never.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that.
Here you are, sir, the duckling. I do hope you enjoy it.
Sumptuous, Mrs. Robards. Quite sumptuous. The man couldn't ask for more than that, even if it was the last meal he was going to eat on earth.
Now everything was ready. Powers beyond his control, beyond explanation, had brought George Benedict to the lonely hotel on the edge of Salisbury Plain. George Benedict, who'd planned to go to Southampton, but had been strangely drawn from his course. On the Southampton road, another car was turning round, heading back the way it had come, picking up the trail again. A car driven by Harry Stannard, who'd found news of George Benedict earlier that day at Reading. Stannard, too, would find his way to Amesbury, sooner or later. Meanwhile, Wilfred Robards and his wife were left alone in the downstairs parlor.
I told him that nothing unusual had ever happened in that room, Letty, in all the time we've been here.
Nothing ever has. Nothing unusual.
Quite.
Now he's up there.
The room will do the rest.
My last night in England for a long time. No, my last night in England forever, I should think. Would hardly be wise to return to this country. Harry Stannard would find out. That wouldn't be wise. Anyway, why think about returning? My assets are safely stashed away overseas. This time tomorrow, be on board ship. Not as George Benedict, not as H.S. Pride. not as Roger Crawford. So many identities in the space of a few days. I don't really know why I've come here. But it's all to the good. Part of the evasive action confusing the opposition. Especially Harry Stannard if he's added 2 and 2 together. Ooh. Settle down to sleep, Benedict Elmore. But why do the curtains billow out that way? Just as they did that night in Clanricarde Gardens. Same curtains. But tonight in this room there's no wind, no cross draft. And yet the curtains billow out.
Come in, George. I've been waiting for you. George, why did you lie to me?
All this happened before. Clanricarde Gardens, Notting Hill Gate. The room with the check curtains billowing out just as they're doing now.
It wasn't necessary to lie. You know I'd have done anything for you. Haven't I proved it already?
Before dinner, it was your perfume in this room. Now you're here.
I didn't even let Harry know. Especially not Harry. My brother has a Puritan conscience. If he'd known you were using me in your series of frauds, he'd have had no mercy on you.
But you did tell him, didn't you, Anne? After that, he knows. I was warned that he did.
I'll never forget last Tuesday night. In his lounge room at Swiss Cottage. You and I were sitting together and he was opposite, listening to the plausible story you told him. Did he believe it or didn't he? It was hard to tell. There was no expression on his face. It was just as enigmatic as the picture on the wall behind him. That Balinese head.
That's here, too. The Balinese head, the picture on the wall. In this room. Now.
He must have believed it at the time. Because you got what you wanted from him. I felt like Judas, betraying my own brother. Another of your fraud victims. That's how deeply I've been under your power, George. I'd even betray my brother for you. And all the time you've been lying to me. George, even if I'd known from the beginning that you were married, I'd still have done it all. I really loved you. Do you want to know how I found out?
You can't be saying this again. You can't be.
But it doesn't really matter, does it, how I found out? And I haven't been the only one you've used. George, you didn't have to lie to me.
How can you be here?
Do as you've planned, George. Carry it all out, according to the plans you've made, the secret plans. You don't have to worry about me.
There couldn't have been a mistake. A street accident. But it wasn't an accident, was it?
But one day perhaps will all be too much for you. All we people you've used this way.
I took no notice at the time when you said that. But now it's happening. Anne, listen to me.
One day, perhaps, even your conscience will be too much for you.
I have no conscience. You want to know me better than that?
Conscience can kill, George.
I have no conscience.
Conscience can find the worst of us and kill.
The Balinese head. It's glowing with light. It's glowing with light.
Next morning, Harry Stannard arrived at the lonely hotel on the edge of Salisbury Plain. But of course he was too late. None of it surprised Wilfred and Letty Robards. It often happened that way, that an interested party arrived to interview their special guest of the previous night. But they were always too late. George Benedict, of course, was found dead in his bed that morning with his eyes staring.
You knew him well, Mr. Stannard?
Oh, yes, I knew him.
Then you will know, of course, why he died.
You called a doctor to examine the body, to give an opinion on the cause of death?
Well, the doctor's opinion was that he died of natural causes, a failure of the heart. But isn't every death in the final analysis caused by that? A failure of the heart.
He couldn't escape, even though he came to an out-of-way place like this.
Oh, he had to come here, Mr. Stannard.
Had to?
Oh, yes. You see, the room was waiting for him.
There's something not quite right here about this hotel.
I often describe it as a halfway house.
Between this world and the next.
What Mrs. Robart means that civilization is behind us and ahead is the wasteland. The plain, you understand.
Is that all she means? Mr. Robards, who goes into that room next?
Oh, that's not for us to say, sir. The room's closed up now. And that's how it will stay. Until we know it has to be opened again.
Your friend asked my husband last night if anything unusual had ever happened in that room. It does have an air about it.
And what did you say, Mr. Robards?
Oh, I told him that nothing unusual had happened in that room in the time we've been here. And that's true, sir. In all the time we've been here, no one has spent a night in that room and been still alive in the morning.
Harry Stannard might well have asked what there was about that hotel. Perhaps he was satisfied with the answers given by Wilfred and Letty Robards. After all, it was not for him to quarrel with what had happened. But what had really caused George Benedict's death in that special room? Was it an onslaught of conscience that first reduced him to a state of babbling panic and then killed him? Or was it a visit from the uninvited?
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.